Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. Sorry I was not on yesterday. Honestly, I was just tired. I was kind of all stressed out because of not doing doing my podcast for a couple of weeks. It just kind of it threw off my schedule. And then, of course, trying to keep up with everything here on the farm is always another project as well. Keeping up with the dogs and the messes that they make and pains in the butt sometimes that they are. Oh yeah, you hear them all out there barking right now. I have absolutely no reason or knowledge as to why they're barking, but they're just gonna. As long as they're doing it out there, I'm good with it. Okay, so I got a lot of things to go through today. I'm trying to coordinate this in a way that I get through as much as possible. I need to be conservative on the fuel. I just gotta be careful about how much fuel I'm using up. Gotta make it last so we can do many days. All right. So what I want to do first is say hi to everybody. Hi and welcome. for those of you that are kind of new to what I do here, just to give you a quick explanation, I take all the truthers that were kicked off of YouTube and I bring them back. Time after time after time. We've gone through 80 strikes here on YouTube on multiple channels. We started at just plain Hawks mustard seeds, worked through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way through, all the way up here to 24 now. 22 is back online. The strike has wore off. I just didn't want to jump over to there and then confuse the newer people. So if you're not subscribed to Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22, I recommend doing that because my next podcast will be on 22. I have not had a chance to talk with Dave yet today to see if he's going to be joining me at all. My schedule has just been kind of crazy this morning. Before anybody gives me a whole bunch of questions about Pearl Rose, she's with the vet right now. She's getting a pick line and rehydration and everything else. That's one of the main things that I cannot do here. I do not have the ability to do my own pick lines for them. So she'll be away for a little bit, just recovering and everything else. But basically I was told I did exactly what I was supposed to do as a breeder, and such. He put me at ease with me questioning myself and everything. He says there wouldn't have been much that they would have been able to do. He said honestly that they would have put her down so that she wouldn't have suffered. We'll go from there. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to bring up my X feed first. There's a few things on here I want to share with you guys. And then we'll get into our regular lineup of stuff that I have lined up. So let's go ahead and let's take a listen. Let's see what other people in the world have to say today. I am going to kill my camera now, but I just wanted to give everybody a hi, let you guys know that it's really me. I'm here. And go from there. I'm going to kill my camera because we know that takes up a wide amount of my signal here, so we're going to drop that off, and let's get into this.
Luckily, I had a coffee just before this, so I'm about to go off right now. Are you fucking ready for this? What is this planetary shift? What is this mass awakening? What is this shift in consciousness? What is this ascension? What the shit? All right, so in simpler terms, an extraterrestrial species has been controlling our species because they figured out how to make us work for them. They give us pay, and we think we're not slaves. But you're stuck in the illusion thinking that money is all there is. You're stuck in the illusion of tuning into the external reality when literally everything starts within you. You are not given the proper tools to navigate this physical reality because they don't want you to navigate this physical reality adequately, like you really are meant to. Hence why they poison the food, they indoctrinate the kids, they create this whole fake pay your taxes system. Like, it goes deep. Literally every aspect of it is fucked. It's a game. You reincarnated into the game. And in the laws of the universe, there is the law of contrast, meaning there cannot be darkness without light. Now, we have been experiencing the darkness on this planet for a really long fucking time. And like contrast shows, it's time for the light, bitch. So souls all across the universe decided to reincarnate at this time on the planet to witness this event on the playing grounds. There are so many souls who wanted to partake in this, but we ran out of seats. This physical dimension is the hardest to reincarnate into because it is where you experience the most separation from source, from pure bliss, from just light. You experience emotion, you experience suffering, you experience fear. The people that have been in control understand literally every aspect of this and have used it against you, so they keep the truth hidden away from you, so you know nothing about healing frequencies, how to reprogram your subconscious mind. They don't want you to know. But this shift that has been happening, that has started a long time ago that has been in the works behind closed doors is finally kicking into high gear. Kicking into high gear where we will finally see the changes. The whole system, as you know it, in the present moment is about to fucking 360. The financial system is going to change. The medical system is going to change. The educational system is going to change. Literally everything is going to fucking change because there are so many things that already exist to literally solve so many problems that were first of all created to make them richer, let them gain more power, because they had a plan to create a totalitarian global empire so that there's one world government, everybody's controlled, and we're basically fucked. But there are so many beings across the universe who decided to help us and be of assistance to mankind because we needed help. So the huge shift that is happening, it is happening on a spiritual, energetic level, and a lot of people cannot see it with their physical eyes because they are so tuned into the mass hypnosis, into the illusion. They don't know. They're just going to work and paying their taxes and going to sleep and doing it all over again. So the shift is like the shift to have chosen to reincarnate for. Every single baby that's coming into the world now is like, I want to be there. I want to be there for sure. It's exciting fucking times. I know it may seem scary because it's uncertain. People don't know what's going to happen, how it's going to happen. Are they going to be safe? But the thing to understand is that we literally have been controlled by the bad guys. So literally where we're going is peace. It's freedom. It's going back to unity, back to love, instead of just this shit show, really. Call me conspiracy theorist. It's fine because that name will not be valid for much longer. I am making this video to tell you that literally you do not have to be scared. And they literally want to keep you on the vibration of fear. Fear is the lowest vibrational frequency. And when you're on a fearful level, they suck the juices out of you, so you stay scared. Everything about this reality is meant to keep you scared. Scared of succeeding, scared of running out of money, scared of being homeless, scared. Everyone is fucking terrified. And our natural state of being is love, it's abundance, it's just, ugh. Can you imagine how beautiful this fucking world is gonna like bloom into? Man, I'm so excited. So all in all, everything has been controlled, not in your favor. Even though it appears that way, these people are fucking sadistic. Like they figured it out. Evil masterminds. And we're wiping them out by sacrificing our eternal peace and bliss in the non-physical realm, choosing to reincarnate here to experience pain and darkness and suffering so that we can transcend that energy, because you're literally like an energy processing machine. Like you're a transmuter. Transmute that energy back into light and love. Bring light and love back onto the planet, because like I said, it's been controlled by the darkness, the dark forces. So like in every movie, when there's a big fight and then, oh no, we're gonna lose, in the end, the good side always wins. That's the part of the movie we're at now. It's really fucking exciting. Anyways, if you have any more questions, leave them down below. I'll get to it if I can, because there's a lot sometimes.
All right. I think she had some good words of wisdom there. I don't know about the rest of you, but
luckily I had a coffee just before this, so I'm about to go off right now.
All right, stop. I hate that I can't control sometimes. You know. Okay, so I want to cover a couple of things. Yes, she's doing fine. She's getting rehydrated. She'll be back with us in a few days. And you guys will see her then. Okay, so I have to say that I agree with that girl quite a bit. We are going through a shift. I can honestly say that I feel like I'm definitely going through a shift here on the farm. That things are, I'm noticing some really weird things. Okay, this is February, and normally I see absolutely no bugs whatsoever. Okay, until right around the end of May, the beginning of or the end of April, beginning of May. Okay, well, I am seeing summer bugs now. Okay, those stink bugs, those ones that when you scrunch them, they they smell like they stink. Okay, they're everywhere. I mean, they are everywhere. They're up in my light up here that I got up in the next to the desk here. They're up in the light shade. They're all over outside. Normally, this time of the year, I never see any worms above ground ever. Okay, they're everywhere out there, everywhere. It's the big night crawlers are huge. Dean, I'm going to be I'm going to be germinating some seeds, but I'll have to wait to see if I'm going to plant until I find out about the move, and then we'll go from there. It's yeah. Fred says, what's Brother Ganja here? He says, I saw a big fat buff-tailed bumblebee today. Yeah, isn't it kind of weird that that this is that these things are going on? And the other thing is Biden promised us a dark winter. Okay, while he was running for office. Now, I kind of went through a dark winter where I don't know, but I mean, quite a few of you were following me back then. When he first went into office, I went 10 days with no power here. Okay. And it was smack dab in the middle of winter, snow, ice, everything. We got everything that year. We were very, very, very lucky to have made it through that. Back then, I didn't have generators. I was running on PGE, which is absolutely probably the worst power company in the country. They are in such a monopoly state here in Oregon that basically, okay. So if you wanted to build a cabin, okay, on a piece of property off grid, well, you have to have permission from PG&E in order to set up your electrical. Okay, even if you're just running the generator, fueled property. Okay, PG&E has to approve everything you do. BS. They have such a stronghold, a foothold in Oregon and in the politicians' pockets here in Oregon, okay, that I would almost deem that PG&E is responsible for a lot of the corruption that goes on with our local politicians here, okay. So I mean, it's very, very, very apparent. So, okay, okay, what else was there? There was something else there in regards to the shift. I'm seeing I'm seeing all these podcasters putting out all this stuff. Oh, America is gonna be going to war. We're gonna have war here in America on American soil and everything else. This is the perception which I have to take. Okay, this is and I want everybody to understand where my perspective is coming from. Okay, and this is my perspective. Okay, speculation, whatever. Okay, I believe that there are going to be altercations here in the United States, but I do not believe that there is going to be a war in the United States. Okay, I just don't see that. Okay, I don't feel that in any way, shape, or form that's the way that this is going to go. Okay, I believe that there's going to be an uprising from the bad side, but I see that being taken down very, very quickly. Okay. So all these guys who are out there promoting all this fear mongering and everything else, listen, you need to turn those guys off. Okay. We need to keep our personal vibrations even keeled. Okay. it's way too important for us to maintain our sanity and comfort. Okay. It's and I always tell people, when you got these feelings of the negative feelings come in and everything, you've got to turn around. You got to give them to God. You've got to give them, to Yahuwah. Okay. You've got to give them to him, because if you do that, then what you're doing is you're taking and you're shedding that off of yourself, and you're raising your vibration back up. And I just say that because of the fact that we all too often find ourselves submitting to that, to that overwhelming feeling. Okay. And that brings in the depression, the feeling of being cast out or being chopped away from society kind of thing. Okay. We are responsible for our own vibration. We have to maintain that. And if we don't, then we will become part of that insanity. And I don't want to see anybody go through that. So we're going to, we're going to give that to our creator. Okay. And we're going to get back into it. There is a new world that we are going to begin to experience. And I've said this time and time again. There is nobody on this planet today that knows what true freedom is. What we have to be prepared to do is to lead people in this new world that we're coming into, okay, about how to use our freedom and how to build from that, okay, and how to express that and share that with everyone. But the only way that we can do that is if we maintain ourselves first, okay, and that's what we have to do. Okay, Dr. Keck puts out, have you heard this about Washington, D.C.? This is important. Now, Russell J. Gould, okay, as we know, interfered in on behalf of America, during the third and final bankruptcy here in the United States. He acquired the Title IV flag, and has moved forward to, with all different kinds of things. Accuracy of that, I don't know. Is this guy legit? I don't know. Is this guy really the guy who's in charge of stuff? I don't know. Okay. I have not seen anything put out that verifies that he is in control of anything. But at the same time, a lot of what he says makes sense, and it does correlate with a lot of things that we see. We just don't understand. I just don't understand where his connection is in it all. So I'm not belittling Russell J. Gould at all. Okay. What I'm saying is if you're really the guy in charge and you have the ability to free Americans, okay, then what you should do is free all Americans, period. No questions asked, no money given. Free them all. Every one of them. It shouldn't cost money, okay? And nobody should have to do a crap load of paperwork in order to claim their life, okay? It should just be done, period. You want to gel and promote harmony and everything else? Well, then free the people. And that's when people will stand behind you. And that's when people will stand beside you. You do that, I got your six. It's that simple. But to make these claims and everything, I have to see where exactly where and what, and that's all I can do. Greta asks, where has Ronnie been? I have not talked to Ronnie in a few days. I do know that he did a show Sunday night with Stephen Harloa. I have not talked to him since my internet's been back on yet. But I will give him a call today. I will give him a call. I got to give Dave a call too, see what he's up to and see if he wants to pop on today, because he's been doing so much stuff on X. And that's some of the stuff that hopefully we'll get to. But let's take a listen to this message from this young man and see what he says.
I've got some good news. In 2007, military insider Robert Leroy Horton and his military friends were worried about the banking crisis and researched with their security clearances who was responsible. They found two men by the name of David Wynn Miller and Russell J. Gould, where they found syntaxes in the bundled mortgage contracts, and they sued for grammatical fraud. They took their findings to court, and they won. Now in trouble, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac bundled them up and sold them to Bank of America. 3 days later, Bank of America found out they were sitting on bad paper and sold those to Wells Fargo. And that is how the fire sale started with these phony derivatives and the 2008 crash. David Wynn Miller and Russell J. Gould were the key to exposing the biggest national security secret in United States history. Let's take a step back and find out how they figured this out. After the American Revolution War, the 13 colonies filed their first bankruptcy of the United States. There was a post office downtown in Philadelphia known as the Benjamin Franklin Post Office. It was open until the war started. All war vacates contracts. Keep that in mind. Because the 13 colonies were not a state or nation of their own, they had to close that post office down because they were fighting for their national statehood. After the war, the post office couldn't be opened back up for commerce because it owed 1.6 million francs to France because they funded the American Revolution to begin with. The King of France was arguing with Spain as to who is going to assign a postmaster general for that post office. Why is that important? Well, Spain claimed they had Christopher Columbus, who found America first and had the rights to it, while France argued that, hey, without loaning the francs, America wouldn't even be open for capture. But the King of Great Britain, still being the reigning monarch, told both countries, Britain will put their postmaster general in. America agreed because they were familiar with how Britain operates. And rather than France and Spain, they're just different countries. They didn't really do much commerce with them in that sort of a control fashion. Great Britain then paid off the loan to Spain. They purchased the land that is now called District of Columbia and sent their postmaster general there because it was sovereign land for Britain to operate. If any other country wanted to rape and pillage America for its goods, they would have to go through Great Britain, Washington, D.C., and fight them first. Therefore, all commerce shipped to and from the colonies, Britain got a big cut. So they felt like they had control. The founding fathers had a pact that they would never borrow money from the central bankers, like the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank. And that's because those bankers owe no allegiance to any monarch. And monarchs are only as powerful as their armies. So in case of war, they could beat them and not have to pay it back. Later, during the second bankruptcy of the United States, unfortunately, President Abraham Lincoln, after the colonies were broke in half, leaving only the North and the South, violated the founders' pact and borrowed money from the international central bankers. That initiated the second financial bankruptcy that led us to the 1933 Federal Reserve Act, the Depression, and the Great Stock Market Crash, which gave the elites absolute power over American citizens. The question that Robert Leroy Horton and his friends, as they were doing all of this research, what they had was, why was there still a syntax grammatical error key on every single mortgage document? And what gave it the power to utilize these mortgage contracts as not fraudulent? How do they even make money? Well, who gave that authority? Your birth certificate. That's right. The U.S. filed for their third bankruptcy on March 9th, 1933. Roosevelt paid off the debt to the International Monetary Fund with all of its gold, your gold. The Federal Reserve Act used the United States citizens as collateral by a private bank called the Federal Reserve, which controlled the U.S. currency by offering loans and profiting off the interest. The loans that didn't get paid back would be given to the American people to pay off, which is called the national debt. Their birth certificate, issued in all caps, if signed by the mother, she basically lawfully agreed to give her baby's life to the Federal Reserve and pay taxes to those private bankers. No one had a clue. On November 2nd, 1999, that entire system of human collateral came to an end when the bankruptcy of 1933 came to an end. The post office in the District of Columbia, owned by Britain, had closed down. The king had to vacate the position. The President of the United States was the administrator of the bankruptcy, and we no longer needed a trustee because there was no longer a bankruptcy. So the president didn't even know what was going on at that time. Britain didn't have a plan or somehow overlooked the bankruptcy. For 18 days, the post office in D.C. was vacant, and David Wynn Miller and Russell J. Gould saw an opportunity to get our freedom back. They had an understanding of the ports, wartime law, maritime law, land law. And with that knowledge, Russell went to the Pentagon and asked if they had a copyright patent on the Title IV flag of the United States. Russell captured the flag and took it to the United Nations immediately. And they said, all of the land on planet Earth has been taken. So what land do you want to choose, Russell? He chose the land of the courts during the time of the contracts, meaning the post office was still shut down and there were no contracts with the highest courts in the United States. The United Nations gave him the authority to be the Postmaster General of the United States, and he kept the evidence and allowed the continuance of commerce open under his authority and no longer under Great Britain. He just seceded the United States from Great Britain's rule. What's funny is the Navy was sitting in all of their foreign ports at that time without a flag because Russell had just taken it. Bill Clinton was in Kosovo when he was informed that the Title IV flag had been captured by Russell. The Navy signed on with Russell in 2003. I mean, there's so much more to the story. It's amazing. Russell J. Gould quietly became the commander-in-chief and postmaster general of the North American continent, which is the United States and Canada. And the reason why is because Canada had always been attached to D.C. Russell owned it. By this time, the U.S. banking constitution came to an end as well. Russell proposed a quantum construct which could track the entire finance and commerce with digital tokens, which inspired cryptocurrencies to this day. Donald J. Trump and the White Hat generals used Russell's accomplishments to take down the deep state. We owe our life to these two men who, by an act of God, removed the deep state's power from the citizens of the United States in such a funky way. And that is why there's such a huge push to make people nationalists right now by removing themselves from the old guard. This is great news. And when I wrote this today, I was reading this information that I found, and it really makes sense to me. And I'm really proud and happy that, our God loves us so much that just through loopholes like this. And people who are paying attention literally can take back a nation just through capturing a flag, getting a piece of paper from the UN, and then bringing it back and claiming the rights. And that's what he did. I'll update you more on this story later.
All right. So I've gone into the story of Russell J. Gould quite a few times with you guys over the years that we've been doing what we do. And we'll just wait and see what happens. That's pretty much all that we can do. We can't force an issue or anything like that as a solo individual, but there is something there. There is some meat to that potato. Okay. I just don't know the extent of the meat of that potato. And until I see more proof of that, then, I'll be, but this is my perspective of it. And, maybe it's selfish on my part in saying this. If you have the ability to free everybody on the planet, then maybe you should just do that. And show people what true leadership is about. That's where I'll leave that. Okay. Let's see. You gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay, so let me get this one back at the beginning, and let's take a listen to this young lady. Here we go.
On Friday, the Biden administration announced that John Podesta will join the White House as a senior advisor overseeing clean energy projects. This should concern you, but many who have not been paying attention don't know why. So let's talk about John Podesta. John Podesta is an American political consultant who served under Bill Clinton as White House Staff Secretary from 1993 to 1995, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations from 1997 to 1998, White House Chief of Staff from 1998 to 2001, Counselor to President Barack Obama from 2014 to 2015, Chairman of Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign, and co-chairman of the Obama-Biden Transition Project. His brother, Tony Podesta, was one of Washington's most powerful lobbyists and fundraisers, best known for founding the Podesta Group. The Podesta Group were under federal investigation regarding compliance with the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which requires persons engaged in domestic political or advocacy on behalf of foreign interests to register with the DOJ and disclose their relationship activities and related financial compensations. The investigations were based on their work for a Ukrainian group tied to the former Ukrainian president in 2012. As expected of the evil elite, the investigation was closed in September of 2019 without charges. To add to the list of things that only they can get away with, in 2021, Tony Podesta raked in $1 million for lobbying the Biden White House on behalf of Chinese communications giant Huawei. In October of 2016, WikiLeaks revealed 20,000 pages of John Podesta's emails that revealed Podesta's connection to pedo and trafficking known as Pizzagate, which the media liked to call a conspiracy despite all of the evidence. Urban Dictionary defined the term cheese pizza as CP until the emails leaked, and then it was wiped clean from the internet. The CIA also released a list of CP code words and symbols that are obviously not at the top of any Google search, but it shows you the great lengths at which a small group of elite that control the flow of information will go to control what you see and don't see. But we live in a free democracy, right? Most people refuse to believe any of this was true because most people don't want to believe that anyone would do these things to a child. But in order to understand how these unimaginable crimes against children occur, you have to accept that these people are not like the rest of us. They have no ability to feel empathy. This is a game to them. And because of that fact, and many of them believe that they will get away with it, they gloat about it using their symbolism and special code words to each other. 5 years before the leak of John Podesta's emails, Breitbart had the courage to call Podesta out publicly in a tweet. 1 year later, Breitbart died under suspicious circumstances walking home from his favorite dive bar and just literally dropped dead on the street. Cause of death was listed as heart attack. However, the day the autopsy results were released, the coroner that performed it suspiciously also dropped dead. A short list of standouts you may have missed in the 2016 leaked emails include Hillary Clinton states to John that Muslims, blacks, and Roma are professional never-do-wells who fare badly almost irrespective of circumstances. Podesta was sent an email by Bill Ivey of Global Corporate Strategies in which he describes the Democratic Party's strategy as being to, in general, conspire to produce an unaware and compliant citizenry, and worries that while the unawareness of the masses remains strong, compliance is obviously fading rapidly. This problem demands some serious thinking. In regards to Benghazi, Clinton told Podesta that a few lives were a small price to pay to keep our sweet deals on weapons to the Lebanese, and referred to Benghazi as a game. The Podesta's odd history raises many questions that I urge you to dig into, and here are some to begin with. How did the Podestas become so powerful in Washington? What do they have over so many in D.C.? Who were Podesta Group's largest clients? How much did the Podestas lose when Hillary lost her election? How much would they have stood to gain if they could ensure that Joe Biden won in 2020? Why did the Russian government pay $35 million to a company John Podesta was on the board of? Have there been any, and are there still, Podesta ties into three-letter agencies? What was Podesta's connection to Seth Rich? Why did John Podesta's emails discuss children as entertainment for his pool parties that he sent Ubers for them to attend? Why is Tony Podesta's home art collection filled with naked children depicted in odd positions? And why is it so bad that it cannot be published in mainstream news? Why is it that every time an elitist is caught publicly, they call it Russian disinformation? Why did CNN claim that it was illegal to read the leaked emails? What is both John and Tony's connection to spirit cooker Marina Abramovic? What is the connection between the song Hunger Strike, John Podesta, and Chester Bennington? Why did journalists reach out to Podesta during Clinton's campaign to make sure what they were writing about Clinton was good enough? And why didn't they want anyone to know that they checked with him first? Why did 3 police sketches in the Madeleine McCann case look exactly like Ghislaine Maxwell, John, and Tony Podesta? What is the Podesta shower video? What is the Podesta's connection to Puerto Rico? And why did the already drastically in debt Commonwealth pay the Podesta Group $2 million? Finally, why did you miss all of this back in 2016? Look for the truth. The more the public becomes aware of what they've distracted us from, they won't be able to continue to get away with it for much longer. Thanks for listening.
She's 100% spot on there. She's 100% spot on. People need to wake up. They got to, Our border crisis is not by accident. This video starts with Sheriff Lamb showing the prepaid debit cards they find on illegals they encounter, and then it shows migration hubs in Ecuador, Colombia, and the IOM, International Organization for Migrants. Let's take a listen. Get it back to the beginning and make it full screen for you. Here we go.
It's all over on the other side of the border and on our side of the border. And we find them with the folks that we pull over and stop that have come into this country illegally. So once again, I'm here to remind you that the information that the mainstream media feeds you is what's false.
You can see right here. So, it's right here. This is the IOM. That's Spanish. The OIM is what it says on his vest. That's Spanish for the IOM, the International Organization of Migration. That's the migration arm of the United Nations. You can see here that he was kind of trying to turn away. He didn't really want to be on camera.
Tienes que preguntar primero antes de grabar a las personas, por favor.
Repite.
Ask me.
Oh, permission. So that's what's going on. He's from the OIM. That's the United Nations out here giving all sorts of aid. It is clear that the intent of these organizations is to direct the masses of illegal aliens to the United States. Consider this map, which shows the route from Colombia to the United States and marks 12 U.S. border crossing points with flags. Many similar maps are distributed by other organizations. This map, distributed by the Red Cross, shows the route from Panama to the United States in painstaking detail. On the back of the map, illegal aliens are encouraged to ride on top of freight trains to reach the United States border. The next stop along the route is the city of Pasto. It was here that we discovered a secret staging point for Chinese illegal aliens headed to the United States. So right now we are in Colombia at the Cabañas Rio Mayo Hotel. And this hotel that we stumbled upon by accident is a major hub, a major transit point, meeting place for Chinese foreign nationals that are on their way to the United States. And last night when we were here, we were eating at this hotel restaurant, and we were the only foreigners that were not Chinese. I mean, literally the entire hotel is just Chinese foreigners. We spoke with the hotel staff here, and they confirmed that. And while there are some women and children, it's mostly military-aged males. There's some right behind me right now, actually. One thing to note is that among all of the foreign nationals that are entering the United States illegally, the Chinese are among the most well-funded and the most sophisticated in the way they go about getting to the United States. They're the ones that are taking planes. We're right across the street from an airport right now, and they also have established networks. And this hotel that we're at is proof of that. It's all Chinese, and for some reason, they all know to come here. It's because they are in direct communication. People that are further up the trail or that have made it to the United States are telling people that are on their way, hey, this is a hotel that's safe for you. You can see a lot of the writings, a lot of the signs in this hotel are written in Chinese. Again, this is further proof that it's not by accident. It's not just some sort of one-off occasion that there's all of these Chinese nationals here at this point. That is, there are definitively Chinese spies in the United States. Are the Chinese police in the United States?
Yeah. 便衣警察。
And we've heard about that. We've heard about Chinese police stations all over the country, so, this is just, yeah. It's, so Phil Gauntlet was served with a lawsuit from an individual in California. Yeah, she's going after him. Yep. Okay, so let's see. Just found the guy straight fire. Sincerely, a taxpayer. Okay. I haven't seen this one, so you guys are seeing it the first time as well as I am. MJ Truth puts out some really good stuff, though, so I like what he does.
I'm hurting. I can feel my money draining. They take everything I make, and you want.
Dang nabbit. He's got a YouTube channel, but he's up on X too. I can't play it. Dang it. He puts out some really good stuff too. He's yeah. Sorry. Dang it. Oh man. Let's see. Do I want to get into Godzlewski? No. If you haven't figured out Phil Godzlewski isn't in your best interest yet, then I can't help you. Let's
Good morning. Taylor Swift is not a psyop.
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 Good morning. Taylor Swift is.
Yeah, do you think Taylor Swift is not a psyop? Nope. I think that there's going to be a lot of things discovered. I have okay, so we talked about this before. About events that go on all across the country, from dog shows to sporting events to rock concerts. All kinds of events like this are used as a cover to do a lot of trafficking. Okay. It's but I'm going to I'm going to say that I have a feeling that something big is going to happen surrounding the Super Bowl and for a period of time after the Super Bowl. I have a feeling that something's going to be revealed to us, and it's going to be a big part of the awakening. It's just really big. Okay, let's see. This should be headlines on every news station, but it's not because it doesn't fit the liberal agenda. It's a New York City NYPD protest because of the illegals who attacked the two officers in Times Square were released without bail. So this is all of police pulling their own protest. And they've got complete control of the roads. Because once sirens are on, you got to pull over. You got to get out of the way, right? They are in direct control of all the roads there in New York City right now. This is going to be very interesting. You got officers who are ready to, basically the biggest blue flu ever in history. And those of you that live in big cities, what kind of damage a blue flu can do in regards to allowing convicts to get away with whatever they're doing. And that's it. So let's take a look at this young man.
Yo, TikTok. I know a lot of y'all travel, a lot of y'all like to be on the road, and a lot of y'all get hotels and Airbnbs. But what I need y'all to know is this is a list of hotels. You got the Hilton, the Wyndham, the Days Inn, the Super 8, Best Western, Red Lion, Marriott, Choice Hotels, Extended Stay America, and Motel 6. What do all these hotels have in common? They're all being sued right now for human trafficking. They have been participants in human trafficking. But wait, that's not all. In some of these hotels, they have found tunnels in the closets that go underground that led to missing children. Hey, do your own research. As you can see right here, the lawsuit has been filed against major hotel companies, including these, for allowing trafficking to occur on their property and profiting from human trafficking. Also, these hidden cameras have been found in a lot of these hotels as well. The traffickers use these cameras to spy on you and to see who they can kidnap. This is a coat hanger. This is a camera that looks like a plain screw. You would never know. People, you have to check your rooms for cameras. Also be aware of hotels that offer free shampoo and some conditioners, because a lot of these containers will have shampoo in them, but the base of the container is a whole camera system. So be careful at Airbnbs and at hotels everywhere. You can actually buy a device that will scan a room and let you know if there are cameras in the room. And it will show you where the cameras are. And for reference, this is a hotel in Florida that had a hole in the closet that they went through and they found children way down that tunnel where they would kidnap people that checked into these hotels.
And he's 100% correct. I've done quite an extensive amount of research in regards to that. And yes, that is something. Let's see here. Let's check this out real quick.
This year's Superb Elbow has a lot of eerie connections to Texas. It also has a lot of weird 45 connections too, because Usher is currently 45 years old, and Usher was born in Texas. Also, Mahomes has a Texas connection because Mahomes was also born in Texas and played at Texas Tech in college. And Mahomes' father at one point played for the Rangers. And Mahomes' father, over his 11 seasons in the MLB, played for 6 teams, 6-1-1, or if you flip it upside down, you get that 9-1-1 connection. And speaking of more 45 connections, this is the Chiefs' 4th out of 5th trip to the Super Bowl over the last 5 years. What else is interesting about the 49ers team name is they are known as Voyagers who rushed west for gold. So the team that rushed west for gold is facing the team named the Chiefs, and the president is known as the Commander-in-Chief. And how this also ties into the gold stuff is Abbott just made a trip recently to India to bolster their relationship, and India is involved with BRICS. Very interesting. So could this be the ushering in of a new currency? Another very interesting Texas connection is Texas is the 28th state. And Mahomes' jersey and Brock Purdy's jersey, 15 plus 13 adds up to 28. And Mahomes' current age is 28. And speaking of 28, Usher adds up to 28 in reverse reduction. Very interesting stuff indeed.
So everybody's finding a lot of connections in regards to the Super Bowl and what's going on. You know, and it's I can't cover any medical stuff. Sorry, guys. You know, what's this old guy up to? Let's see. Let's check this out.
I'm getting red dirt rich and Flint River paid.
What do you want? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shoot, all right. I get scales. Radio it. 1603. God. Here she goes. Oh. Oh.
Okay, that was kind of cool, wasn't it? Yeah, noodling. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what does Costco know? New doomsday kits appear at warehouse chain. Costco's new emergency food kits ranging from 1,000 to 6,000 includes 25 to 30 years shelf life items like freeze-dried vegetables and instant beans, sparkling wild doomsday prepper theories among shoppers. Let's check this out.
I stopped at Costco today, and ReadyWise emergency food is $63.99, and it comes with 132 servings. They also have Mountain Home emergency meal kits, which are $79, $80 technically, 28 servings. A new one Costco has not had before is the Mountain House ice cream sandwiches, which are $9.97. They have all these freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches. There's only 6 inside the container, so it is quite expensive, but I'm going to pick one up because if SHTF happened, I'd rather be a little comfortable on a day that's a bummer. Now, just to clarify, the Mountain House kits, I think, are extremely overpriced. That's what you get in the kit. It's a breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's supposed to be 28 servings. But you could just turn around and you could go to ReadyWise and get 132 servings, 25-year shelf life, and it's still $16 cheaper, you guys. Way better price.
Hey guys, I heard that there was a lot of technical issues on the Prepping for Beginners list, so we're going to re-upload it. We're going to fix it. Hopefully this helps everybody, so I hope you guys like that. We'll get that going, and then we're going to be going live here in a few minutes. So if you have any questions, stuff like that, jump on in.
But here's your list. I told you guys I would get it into a PDF form, so screenshot your heart out. I hope this helps. And like always, this list is just kind of a starter point. It's just to help people understand where they should go and how to start. There's more things to add. Please don't be putting people down in the comments because if they miss something or they haven't thought of something else like that, I'm going to be making more extensive lists, and I hope everyone understands that. But just for like the basics, like first little basics, a lot of this stuff you might have already in your house, and it just makes you feel a little bit more prepared because a lot of people say, where do I start? What do I do? This list is just to help with that, like just the basics, just getting those fundamentals started. And as always, stay aware, stay prepared, and always have your head on a swivel.
All right. You know, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with preparing and having, you know, the ability to sustain your household for up to 30 days if something did happen in this country. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. 30 to 60 days, even 90 days food supply is not a bad thing. Okay. To have an emergency kit that is available to go and pull meals out of in the spur of a moment is not a bad idea. Okay. I've actually tried Patriot Supply. I do have some of their products here. And there's a few of the things are super, super simple. But other things like need milk, things like that. And they unfortunately don't give you enough powdered milk in their packet in order to make all the meals that are in there. But their food is good. I will say that for Patriot Supply, 100%. They are good because I've actually been using some of it. You know, okay. I love this old guy. He is a hoot, total hoot. You ready? Let's take a listen.
You don't have preachers in America. All you've got are teachers. This is not a matter of my personal opinion. Here is a long established fact. To teach is to inform. To preach is to move. I know that's not what some of you think. We heard it said this morning that teaching and preaching are the same, that the words are used interchangeably. Well, you may use them interchangeably. And I'm not going to try and correct you. If you want to be dumb, that's your choice. I find people are hungry to be moved by God's word and by God's spirit from where they are to where they belong. And I'm wondering how many preachers here are preaching and not teaching. Now, don't misunderstand. I'm not knocking teaching. It is a vital part of the work of ministry. In fact, many of our early New England churches had on staff both a preacher and a teacher. Did it ever occur to you that the way the word speaks of itself is an incredible help in this matter? Let me mention just three. The word is described in the word as a hammer. The word is described in the word as a fire. The word is described in the word as a sword. Is it not reasonable that if I have preached the word, there will be people who are hammered, who, like the hard rock, are smashed to pieces? Is it not reasonable to suppose that if I have preached the word, there will be those who will feel pierced by the sword of the Spirit? Is it not reasonable to suppose that there are those who have been cold and without passion, who are set on fire for Jesus Christ if I have preached the word? Is it sensible to think that I have preached the word and nobody has been smashed, nobody has been pierced, nobody has been ignited? I would think it much safer to suppose that when nothing of that sort happens, you haven't preached the word.
He's amazing, isn't he? Absolutely amazing. Yeah, yeah. It's and he states so many facts that are just so real. You know, and it's so important, so important. And you know what, you know, we got to do what, you know, we have to do whatever we can. Okay, so this is a clip. Betty Johnson says Black Boston residents rage in red pill moment on live TV over illegal migrant crisis after town's rec center turned into a migrant shelter. Now it's going to destroy our community more and mess up our children more. This is sad. Why don't they help the people here first? Here we go.
And I saw your outrage. Why are you outraged?
Because this place was, like you said, it's free. It was a place for our children. Our children, I have 4 children, and it's sad, you know, I have 4 boys, you know, and we really don't have nothing in the community that's free for us. Don't get me wrong, it's great that they want to help the immigrants, but what about the Americans that are already here? What about the people that are already here that don't have homes, that don't have jobs, that are sleeping on the street already? These people came from the airport here, probably on boats, probably on buses, and probably all for free. Now they're getting stipends. They're getting what else? I need money for me and my kids, and I was born here. Like, you know, I know life is a struggle in itself, but this is not the answer to help them. Now it's going to destroy our community more and mess our children up more. Like, this is sad. I know a lot of people don't even know about this. I came here last night with my aunt, saw a lot of stadies, a lot of police, and this paper wasn't there yet. They just did this probably 2, 3 in the morning when they brung them here. When everybody sleep, that's when they brung them here probably. On buses, I saw New York plates. I saw Washington, D.C. plates. So they have that much money to come from Washington, D.C. to do this, to do that. Why are they not helping the people here first?
Yes, ma'am. We
need help.
Let's talk to one of the counselors.
Yes.
Aaron, Ms. Murphy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
When you hear the passion right here from...
That's what I hear in my office all the time. And it is a balance. Like I was telling you earlier, the state owns this building, so the governor has to make a decision on where to put the overflow migrants. But at the same time, the community needs to make sure that their services, that we keep their services in place.
Why would they declare Boston as a sanctuary city?
I mean, I think a lot of cities across this country are, once they declare themselves a sanctuary city, I'm not sure if they knew the amount of support we were going to need to give.
Was that, I know you're a Democrat, but do you think declaring cities as sanctuaries was a mistake in retrospect?
Looking back, if our communities end up losing the services they need to live full lives, I think we may be questioning that. We do have to find a balance to make sure that those migrant families have a safe place to go. But at the same time, my concern, I'm an elected official here. I represent the whole city, and I'm the chair of public health in the last 2 years in homelessness. And I've centered my advocacy and policy on making sure that every resident has the resources they need. And I'm hearing that seniors and kids, like Effie was just telling us, that her own family, right, might be disrupted. So I'm making sure that the city is stepping up and connecting with all the departments so that these displaced, you know, residents who use this every day.
Let's bring Keisha back in here. Keisha, you hear that from your counselor. What do you want done right now?
You know, like she said, we want to help them, but at the same time, what about us that need help here? What about, you know, I'm a mother and I have 4 children. You know, they need help. They need somewhere to go. They need something to do.
What type of activities used to be in this building?
Skating ring, exercising, you know, like a place where you can just go chill and stay out of trouble. Now we have to find other places.
What's going to be the consequence of this being changed and just to migrants? And where are those kids going to go right now?
Probably to the streets, where most of them are already at. Like when we look for help, it seems like the state and the governor and them people, they push us away. They want to turn our children to animals. They want our children to be bad and F up. Yeah. We want better for our community, but this right here is going to be a shit show, and it's going to be crazy.
Thank you so much.
This is going to be crazy.
And I'm sorry about that, guys, but that's just the passion out here. People are upset because they don't feel like the people that are in power are representing them.
Yes.
We'll have a reaction here all morning. I'll send it.
And she's 100% correct. This is the thing in Massachusetts, especially in Boston. I lived out in the Waltham suburb of Boston, back in the early 80s. I think it was 84, 85 time frame. It's and would travel into to the Boston University area to for some of my work as a recruiter's assistant while in the Marine Corps. What I discovered was that the community base there was lacking a whole bunch of resources for the more unfortunate neighborhoods, is how I'll put it. I'm not going to say minority neighborhoods, because it's you got just as many white people in there as you have black. So I'm not gonna say it's a minority type thing. But they were just beginning their programs for neighborhood programming, for basketball camps and things like that. Okay, Angel Rose, I'll make sure I go up and check when I get my first video going for the day. But a lot of those things, and the other point of fact is that when you look at these sanctuary cities, it's not the people of the cities who are saying that they're sanctuary cities. It's the government of those cities. And again, that's where our local activism with getting involved with our cities, counties, and states are going to affect change, because they're going to realize that we are in fact that we're in charge, not them. Let's see. There was one other one here that I really wanted to play. I'm trying to find it. The O'Keefe one we'll get into later on, because I'm waiting for part 2 to come out, and I'll play both of them back to back. Let's see. Come on, where are you, girl? That's not you. That's Greg Abbott. We already played her. Dang nabbit, where is it? Geez, I didn't need to see that. Okay, let's go here and do a quick reset on other posts. That's okay. Oh, here she is. Okay. Here we go.
We're on the brink of war. Our economy is in the tank. People can't buy homes. They can't pay their daycare. They can't make their car notes. The border's wide open and groceries are sky high, and cities are kicking kids out of school so that they can house immigrants over the cold. Even Elmo himself can't escape the depressing sense that is our country right now. What does Joe Biden do? What does he do? What does he say? He says to himself, God, you know what we need? More John Podesta. That'll level it out. That should make him happy. People need more John Podesta. So John Kerry is stepping down in the spring. If you don't know who John Kerry is, he's the one that is in charge of all of the climate change and the climate crisis bullshit. So as he's stepping down in the spring, the Biden administration came out and said, God dang it, we need more John Podesta. John Podesta is going to head up his next special envoy for the climate. Podesta, a veteran political strategist and lobbyist, presidential advisor on clean energy, will succeed John Kerry, who is stepping down after 3 years. He's going to be taking on the international role in addition to his current White House job, overseeing $370 billion with B in spending on clean energy projects under the landmark 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. Inflation reduction. That had nothing to do with inflation, but I digress. Kerry doesn't know when he's going to step down, but Mr. Podesta is widely expected to take the role of an acting position. Under the recently passed law, the job of special envoy would require Senate confirmation. The Senate's going to do it because they're all in on it. They're all a bunch of creepy old men. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse than John Kerry. It's a one-way trip down a shithole chute.
And that's why I had to play that one. I thought it was really good. Just too many things that are, it's just a whole lot, okay. All right. We're going to get off of X now and we're going to jump into, our first videos. Our first one today is going to be LT's interview yesterday morning, with, this guy exposes J6 like you would not believe. Hopefully we will not get kicked off for showing this, but I guess we're gonna find out, right? Here we go.
In this episode, we're going to journey through the January 6th timeline of events in 889 angles and identify all props, characters, mistakes, and bad acting.
I've been contacted by several J6ers, and of course I'm looking through the footage and I'm like, no, this is a crisis actor. Press everyone that's trying to get in touch with me, and I go based off of my gut instinct. And of course, the footage I'm seeing, and I haven't been wrong yet, but I'm happy to be wrong. Trust me. It just means we're moving closer to the truth. Because this isn't about being right or wrong. It's about showing people that you're being lied to by so many people.
Because I'm going to go in here and I'm going to tell the truth the way I saw it, because God put me there for a reason. I don't think he's going to let me down now. I've made him my counselor, right? I've made him my attorney. And I go in there and I'm just going to speak what he tells me to speak, what I know about the truth. And what I witnessed were smoke grenades that were passed off as gas. What I witnessed was people I was damseled and distressed by a girl that turned out to have an onion in a towel. I witnessed people in the building trying to put words in my mouth, right, and insisting that I had just said that a girl got shot 10 minutes after a girl did get shot in a whole different part of the building, and it's not what I said at all.
This amazing interview will display the heart of Raphael, the founder of Woo's News, and his tireless efforts to not only get the truth out about all of the false flags and the evil, but also show his dedication to support those in trouble with the government, like Eric Clark, who's also part of the video today. Eric gives an amazing testimony about the government going after him for simply being in D.C. for the J6 event. His story is heartbreaking, but also encouraging. Hang in there. This is going to be an amazing one. Folks, with almost 90% of pharmaceuticals in the United States being produced outside of the U.S., will you have what your family needs when the next crisis hits? Like we have with COVID, countries clamp down on exports and they stockpile during crisis. Well, we can get through this with the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit. The Wellness Company is home to Dr. Peter McAuliffe, Dr. Drew Pinsky, truth-telling doctors who are rooted in their commitment to building a parallel healthcare system in a time when over 40% of Americans say they would avoid a doctor or hospital unless absolutely necessary. The Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit provides a solution. This kit includes 8 potentially life-saving medications, including amoxicillin and a Z-Pack for you to keep on hand, along with guidebook for safe use. Go to twc.health/LT and grab your medical emergency kit right now. That's twc.health/LT and use code LT, and it saves you 10% at checkout. Well, folks, finally, we've got Eric Clark here and Rafa with Ruse News. It's been a while. I have really wanted to have this conversation for a long time. We've talked for a few minutes before going on board with this, and I had a lot of questions, and they were able to answer them. So I'm excited about this. My big take on all of the editing that's going on with Woo's News. That's my big one. I'm a big fan of you, Rafa. All the stuff that you're showing, your videos are absolutely brilliant. My background in video, as most folks know, is running American Forces Network in the Marine Corps. And I just took a lot of classes on After Effects and Premiere Pro. And folks think my intros are all this. But man, when I look at your production and the way that you're able to put these videos together, I'm floored. It to me, when I see the way that you put these together, it had to take hours, months, even a year for some of these. And I'm just amazed. And so that's why I kept showing your videos. I felt people needed to know about January 6th because you did such a phenomenal job on your videos. And I really just wanted to touch on that. And then we'll get with Eric Clark, who's actually facing a trial for participating supposedly in J6 and trying to defend our country. And yet they're going to use him. And it's a sad story there. But anyway, just wanted to make sure we jump into that. But first of all, I wanted to ask Rafa, how in the world did you get into video editing in the first place? Number two, get into this J6 and wanting to put all the hours of effort into putting together.
Well, I moved out to Los Angeles, Hollywood, California, about 17 and a half years ago. I got my degree in acting and directing, and everybody knows that you have to have an actor's reel. And I moved here with not very much money, and so I had to learn how to edit my own acting reel, which I did, and it just grew from there. As far as January 6th go, I started Woo's News about 4 years ago in response to, well, I had been breaking down false flag events for myself for several years and was too scared to take to a platform. And then once I started thinking about doing a platform, I wanted a specific person in mind to be the host of that show. And it didn't work out. And years later, COVID starting, and I just had this overwhelming sense of this urgency to do something and speak my piece and say something before it was too late, because Hollywood was closed down and we had tanks and military in the streets. And I was like, it's now or never. So I started Woo's News. And when January 6th, a few weeks before January 6th occurred, having been through several false flags, there were certain clues that were unearthed to me, certain things that stood out to me. And I just kept saying in my head, something's going to happen on this day. And I was in the Keys with my family for the holiday, and they think I'm crazy, conspiracy theorist. And I lost a lot of credibility years prior because of my fear for this brown dwarf star named Planet X. And I used to be one of those kind of doom drip kind of guys, like just listening to Alex Jones and basically all the fear mongering, fear programs related to conspiracies, government operations, false flags, with no solution at all in place. But so my family thought it was, a little out there.
Yeah.
And I told them, I said, something's going to happen. Something's going to go down. I'm getting such a strong feeling, such a strong sense. And that day I left, I was on a plane to come back home. And when I touched down in my connecting flight, my phone was just buzzing from my family. Like, you were right. Tell us more. And I'm like, well, I don't actually know the details. So I went inside the airport, and of course, on the news, they're playing that a teenage girl was shot, and of course, I'm like, and just raced to get home so I could look at the footage. And of course, the moment I sat down, it looked just like the Boston bombing to me. Of course, that was what was being passed around, was Taylor Hanson's footage on Twitter. 4 million views by the time I sat down to watch the shooting of Ashley Babbitt, and basically was waiting for someone to pick this apart, because normally with these false flags, there's somebody there ready to go. But all I heard was crickets, and I waited, and I couldn't believe it. I was so confused. Now I'm not confused. Now I perfectly understood and understand why none of these alternative truth platforms came to rip that false flag apart. Not a single one. And still to this date, not a single one has. And so Act 1 came out and was banned in its 3rd day on YouTube, and it went viral the moment I sent it out to the universe. And I had 700 subscribers for a long time, and overnight it went up to 15.
And this is
on YouTube.
This is the one that they actually took off. It seems like it's not on. We were talking earlier. It's not a Rumble anymore, but it's on BitChute.
Rumble, yeah, Rumble banned it twice,
right?
And YouTube, banned it once. I wasn't about to put it up on there again.
Right.
Come to realize, I didn't realize this until today, that Rumble has banned a couple of my other videos. I'm gonna have to, I don't know, maybe get a public statement about why that is, because they've released no information. They simply took the videos down where they stood, and they stood there for days.
Yeah. Interesting, because that was where I actually found you when I saw Act 1. Somebody actually shared it with me, said you've got to check this out when it first came out. And I just remember clicking, thinking it's just another video to watch. The way that you're able to pull people in from the very get-go, the choice of music, the way that you switch the camera angles, the way that you're able to zoom in on something, highlight it real quick, and then you add in your humor behind it. I mean, it's, to me, when I look at your production value, I'm thinking this had to take, am I right in saying it had to take hours and hours, and if not months, day in and day out, trying to put something like this together? Am I right? Or are you just a natural and you can just do it overnight?
No, well, it comes naturally to me.
Mm-hmm.
No, Act 2 took 2.5 years.
Let's show a clip from Act 2 right now, just to help our viewers out in case they haven't seen it yet.
So let's begin our journey by setting up the stage. On December 21st, 2020, Aria Kovler, a political consultant with a background in government relations, tweets,
"On January 6th, armed Trumpist militias will be rallying in D.C. at Trump's orders. It's highly likely that they'll try to storm the Capitol after it certifies Joe Biden to win. I don't think that this is sunk in yet."
Which brings us to a town hall meeting held 2 days prior to the riots on January 4th, with Mayor Muriel Bowser, and Chief Conti, who, side note, replaced Chief Peter Newsham just 2 days earlier. The same Chief Newsham whose first assignment back in 2016 was to investigate Edgar Madison Welch for firing shots at James Elefantis' Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria.
Act 1 didn't take so long because, 1, the video is only 21 minutes long. 2, the sequence is only 6 minutes when you stretch out the sequence. It's just the shooting of Ashley Babbitt that took place in the vestibule of the speaker's lobby.
Right.
Act 2 is we're all over the place. But if I see, I started my, I guess detective work, crime scene work when I was a teenager, and just felt so strongly that Kurt Cobain was murdered. And there's just so much evidence to suggest that he was murdered. And there's no evidence. There's actually no evidence to support the claim that Kurt Cobain killed himself. And which is interesting, because that ties in nicely with the investigation that I'm working on in the background, which I started before Woo's News, and that was the murder of the Crowley family. And we can talk about that later.
Right.
But as far as, you want to talk to them like they're children. You want to break the scene down as if they're children and go into it slowly. And I mean, we're gonna come right back to that room in Act 3 with all sorts of new footage and information. But generally, I can get a sense of what the scene will look like, and I don't just mean like which camera angle, down to what song is playing, or which kind of effect, because I have a million effects, or I'll have to build it. But if I see it in my head and I don't have it, I'll have to build it. And most of the time, I have to build it myself, because it's very hard for me to deviate or delineate from what I see and hear, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So when I look at this one right here that I keep showing the audience, we've shown it so many times, different clips. I'm just looking at the thumbnail alone. Did you do this, or do you have a team
I
that
did,
worked
yeah.
with you?
No, I
You
wish.
made the
Dear
thumbnail.
God, I wish. I made the thumbnail, yeah.
You didn't use AI.
No.
Oh,
In
my
fact,
goodness.
you can go and look at the director's cut. The director's cut of Act 2, which is 2 hours long. It's the same idea. It just doesn't have Jacob Chansley in it, which, by the way, is 2 pictures of Jacob Chansley as one.
Okay. All right.
It
So
was supposed to look a little bit more provocative. I was gonna extend the picture down and make it seem like Chansley didn't have any pants on.
oh,
But,
gotcha. Gotcha. So
that's
again,
not what this is about, kids.
yeah. And so again, the reason I really hone in on the amount of time that it took you to make this film, I want to make sure that we show this
Oh, thank you.
givesend.com/Wooznews. All this stuff is going to be in the description box below, folks. When you see a lot of work and you appreciate the work that's going on with Rafa and what he's trying to do to expose all these folks, I mean, the amount of time day in and day out that it takes, I get it. I mean, when we first started Amwino, I was up 6 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, 11, running another business, and then I'd wake up 3-4 hours later, and all you're thinking about is I've got to get that next thing put together. Especially with me when doing the big introductions. I mean, those take 3-4 hours sometimes, just to find it, plan it, make sure it's done right, and then get it up that next day. For you to put that production together and all the efforts, I want to make sure that folks know you can support Rafa and his work so he can continue to do these investigations, especially living in Los Angeles. That must be crazy, cost of living there. But remember, you can support him, and it's great for us to have a part of all this. Be a part of Rafa's work and enjoy it. And every time he puts something out, realize, you know what? I've helped him develop these productions in my support for him. And folks, he needs it. And I just want to make sure we hone in on that. And I really appreciate all your efforts. And I want to make sure that everyone knows to pray for you and also support you monetarily.
Yes, I'll definitely take your prayers and your donations. I really, I don't know if I would have done all of this all these years if I knew it was going to take 3.5 years in the end. Right now it's 3 years. It'll be going on. It'll be over 3.5 years by the time Act 3 comes out.
Yeah.
And I lived off my savings for about 4 months. I'm thinking like this is going to get me through this, and I was so wrong.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it's important. I mean, you're living, my catch on all of this is if you're spending all these hours working to produce something for the public, then in my opinion, folks need to step in, especially if they love your work, and just send some support, folks. And I think it's real important, especially for our community. So I appreciate you. I love the work that
Thank
you
you.
do. I look forward to every video that you put out. And I just know the production.
See, I've only started out of I guess desperation, put out a platform because I didn't put anything out for Act 1. I didn't make one red penny from Act 1. I was terrified that somebody would somehow find me and kill me, and I've since let go of that fear. And I'm like, hey, we're gonna put this out because, this is my full-time job, is sitting in this chair finishing Act 3, and then I have another investigation to do. There won't be a break. I'm going to be jumping right into that because I'm trying to get this case reopened. But
yeah.
So that will require some money as well. I want to buy a billboard in Apple Valley, Minnesota, and I'm trying to stir the pot with this particular investigation because it's a little different. Trying to get a case reopened is a little different than collecting footage for years and making a coherent story out of it.
Right. I mean, 2.5 years to put this video together,
Yep.
an hour and 18 minutes. And
Well, there's the director's cut.
oh, there's director's
which
cut.
is
Well, I have to go check that out. I haven't seen that one.
Oh God! Yeah. Oh no! I
I've
just
got to go
assumed
find
you
that one.
have.
No.
Oh man!
No.
Well, you're prepared to have your mind blown even more. I hear people prefer the director's cut. I think if you're in it, you sure. But I think for your average person that's just starting to learn this information, I think this version is the way to go. That's the director's cut right there. As if you could go down one bar right there. Yep, that's it.
So this is director's cut. Okay, yeah.
That's the director's cut.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, since we have Eric Clark here, he was actually there at J6. I wanted to just ask you how you got involved in all of this, Eric, how you're connected to Rafa and more, and what's going on with you personally.
Absolutely. So I'm on trial this week for my role in January 6th, if you will. I felt like called to DC by God. I love President Trump, great president. I had a lot of reasons to support him, but I'm just not a political activist, right? I'm not that. That's not me, right? I'm typically a pretty private person, but I had been sober for about 3 years, and my path to sobriety was in a huge role, due to God, right? And through that process, I sort of learned how he communicates with me personally, and he kind of just writes it on your heart, and you know it. And so I saw a post that said descend on DC, and God wrote in that moment. He wrote it on my heart that I had to be there. I watched Trump's entire speech. I walked down to the Capitol building afterwards, like he asked us to, and God had wrote it on my heart again to kind of stay towards the front. And as a result of just hearing God and doing what he says, I actually witnessed a lot of what Rafa points to in Act 2 especially. So when I saw his work, I was like, oh my goodness, somebody is seeing what really happened. Somebody is seeing what I witnessed with my own 2 eyeballs. Because I couldn't get nobody to listen, right? Even my family probably thought I was crazy when I just went through my own eyewitness testimony. So I hit him up in his comment section, I believe on BitChute, and he returned an email address. I emailed him. We exchanged phone numbers, and we've been talking every couple months since. I've gathered up probably about 4,000, close to 4,000 videos, like publicly sourced January 6th related videos, be it CCTV, body worn camera, or public footage, and I've been gone through a lot of it, so I felt like there were some things that I could help Rafa with in Act 3 in regards to my own story and just other things that I had seen trying to prepare a case, right? Because I'm charged with 4 misdemeanors, right? And I know that doesn't seem like much, but it's a year in prison, and I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't assault any officers. I didn't vandalize anything. I was pretty much pushed in through open doors, even tried to immediately leave, but realized the police was high-fiving people, and it was fine to be there according to them, and they were even waving people deeper into the building. So here I sat 3 years later, finally on trial, right? Because that's your right to a speedy trial within 70 days of indictment is non-existent in this country.
Right.
Your right to represent yourself, trust me, is pretty much non-existent. They throw every roadblock and try to manipulate and control your case in every way they can, especially when it's such a high-profile case, right? They don't want any acquittals where January 6th is involved, because the more of them that there are, the more that it shows that their narrative is false, right? If somebody's acquitted because they were in fact peaceful and let into the building, that says that people there were peaceful and let into the building.
Yeah, so I'm curious, Eric, how in the world did they reach out to you? I mean, you went out to the J6 event, you're trying to support our country, you're actually exercising your rights there. You go home and somebody just knocks on your door. Like, what happened to you?
About 7:30 a.m. A battering ram came through my front door, even though it was unlocked because it was May of 2021, right, the first week of May. And I knew they were coming eventually because I seen other people were arrested. I knew I was in the building. I knew I'd been all over social media telling people that the media's lying to you. This was just a big play act your government put on. It's called political theater. They've been doing it for a long time. If you've been paying attention, you should know this. And this was just more political theater. And so I figured they would be coming through my door eventually. I left it unlocked. They introduced themselves, about 30 of them deep, with the battering ram and rifles drawn. It was my 1-year-old granddaughter's introduction to the FBI was him pointing a rifle at her.
Oh my goodness. And I'll just be honest, I didn't know if I was going to say this, but I'm going to say it. When I first saw the J6 stuff play out, and I told you guys before we hit record, I just had a theory that maybe all of this was make believe. They're just trying to scare Americans. They're not really going to arrest anybody. They're just putting on a show. And the politicians are going to that local jail in DC and they're pretending that folks are in there. So it's good to meet you, Eric. And I'm starting to communicate with some others that are actually involved in going to trial, and their lives could be completely changed. And I just needed to know that that's actually happening, to hear it. And it's not just that they're reaching out, because my assumption is they sent you a letter and you have to show up to court. I didn't know that they knocked into your house and then you have your grandchild there with a rifle.
Correct. My son, his wife, and my granddaughter were staying with me. They only held me for about 4 hours in a rural county jail. They took me outside the city of Louisville, where I live, to Oldham County, to a rural county. I guess that's where the special agent offices was at for the FBI that arrested me. And the people in the jail were extremely friendly to me. They gave me a phone call every 15 minutes, and as soon as I got a ride home, they let me leave. Within 30 minutes of being in there, they had me before a local federal judge that gave me some pretty standard conditions of release. I don't feel like it was right over 4 misdemeanors to restrict my right to bear arms for 3 years. Granted, had it just been a normal court case and I'm going to trial within 70 days, I fully understand if someone's charged with a crime, that sort of, you might be careful, right? In the consideration of public interest, it might be a good idea for someone to not be in possession of a firearm till they go to court. But that's for a 70-day, right? You have a constitutional right to a speedy trial within 70 days, not for an extended 3-year period over 4 misdemeanors, no violent action, right? It seems ridiculous. And there are quite a few of us caught up in this dragnet. I think that there are a lot of what people call crisis actors, confidential human sources, and it's just my life experience. I spent 25 years as an addict, like I said earlier, 6 years sober now. And my experience with law enforcement and in addiction is that most crisis actors, confidential human sources, whatever you want to call them, their payment is leniency for a past crime. And you're typically arrested by the end of your role, the role that you play for law enforcement. You're typically arrested and you serve time. It's just a lesser sentence than what you would have got for the charge that you were initially picked up on.
So your connection with Rafa gets involved, provides a lot of footage for you so that when you go to trial, you can use some of that. Is that what I'm gathering?
Well, no, I actually had gathered every minute of footage that I can gather online. And in that process, I came across Rafa's video. And I wanted to help him more. I wanted him to have more of the footage I have and to see some of the similar type things he was showing that I had experienced myself and witnessed in the footage. And that's not to say, like, I've entered every video I have I built a Dropbox with it all. And I entered every bit of it as exhibits in my court case, and his footage is in there.
Got it. Okay. And so Rafa, then that drives you then day in and day out and putting these productions together. Am I right on that?
It was one thing I had, truth is a great impetus to get me to do a lot of things, and so is love. And as Act 2 when Act 2 came out, and that's when I started to develop a relationship with Eric. When I posted Act 1, that's when I was contacted by Alan Hostetter. I've been contacted by several J6ers, and of course I'm looking through the footage and I'm like, no, this is a crisis actor.
Yep.
And there haven't been many. In fact, Alan and Eric and maybe a few others are turned out to be legit, what I call genuine Trump supporters, or people who were there to see Trump. And I've said it in many places, I don't support a single politician out there.
Right. Yeah, I gather that.
I support the people. So I think that the people are the change. But sure, when Eric contacted me, I'm like, who is this? Oh gosh, another one. But there's, I can learn how to read body language. I can learn how to read I did a phone interview with him, and I'm waiting for something to, I pressed him. I press everyone that's trying to get in touch with me.
Yep.
And I go based off of my gut instinct, and of course the footage I'm seeing, and I haven't been wrong yet, but I'm happy to be wrong. Trust me.
Yeah.
It just means we're moving closer to the truth.
That's right.
Because this isn't about being right or wrong. It's about showing people that you're being lied to by so many people.
Yeah.
And about the dumbest too. So
yeah.
It's all meant to control you, program you to get you in your feelings and to react.
So when folks hear the word, just for those that might be listening in, I can hear some of my family members listening. Hey, what's a crisis actor? Can you explain that?
Yeah. I mean, if people are familiar with the Boston bombing, that's a great way to analyze a classic crisis actor, or, just pick any of the shootings that we've seen and listen to the people speaking in the aftermath of a shooting of these false flags.
Yeah.
It's a crisis actor. I mean, if you've been in the community for a while, you would know some of the favorites, like David Hogg, like Gene Rosen, like Robbie Parker. These are some of your classic crisis actors. And now we have the graduating class, or a new class, because we have the January 6th. But we know that the gentleman standing next to Ashley Babbitt when she's shot is calling her a crisis actress. So don't take it from me. Take it from the guy standing next to Ashley when she's shot. His name is Taylor Toronto. He was placed in solitary confinement a week after he made this. I don't know. Is it an accusation? Is it an opinion? What do you call it? It's somebody's truthful testimony of an event that they witnessed. So do we call him a witness? At what point? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So that then leads me to then wonder again, just backtracking a little bit. Did you go to film school to learn how to do all the stuff you're doing?
I went to not film school, but I went to school for acting and directing, but it wasn't a predominant film school. I taught myself how to write a script. I taught myself how to edit. I taught myself how to do Photoshop.
Yeah, that's the best when you learn on your own. And then, so the reason I'm asking is, so you had this dream of doing something someday with all of that, and you just stumbled across this crisis actor stuff and started putting those productions together. Like, what drove you? What made you say, wait a minute, I'm going to use my gifts here to let everybody know?
I've always been involved secretly with detective work. I have a limited series that is a detective series. It's a true story. It's a biopic, but I've created different productions that I have yet to sell.
Right.
Like I said, I put everything in my life on hold to do Woo's News. So I already have like a detective background. I don't have a degree in it, but the interest was there, and my ability to kind of see things for what they are. And I love research. I was researching again last night on David Crowley investigation.
Right.
And oh my gosh, I found some footage I was looking for the last 5 years, and I found it 2 nights ago, or was it yesterday? I was so happy. But I came here to be an actor and to make movies, and that's what I was doing. And then I started to drift into then I was in a band. And then I have a background in painting and making sculptures and interior design, so I'm very art savvy, and that's what I did for a couple of years. And then I was adopted my nephew for a couple of years, and so I was a dad for a couple of years. And along the way, when I moved here, you need to learn how to take photos. You need to learn how to Photoshop, because I'm taking my own headshots. I'm touching up my own pictures, and you need to build a website, and you need to have an actor's reel. And so all these things of production, and I've worked as a production assistant. Who hasn't in this town?
Right.
And so all these elements, I've written scripts, I've made my own TV show through crowdfunding. So I've worn all the hats. And when it came time to do Woo's News, it was just a contribution I wanted to inject into the world, because I really feared something was going to happen to all of us and I wouldn't get that chance. I kept thinking like this sense of regret, being on a train, like I was headed to Auschwitz, or that's the kind of train, the boxcar train I'm thinking about, because that's what we grew up with in school.
Right.
This heading to a concentration camp, and it's cold, and I'm just plagued with this sense of regret that I didn't do something when I could have. And I had kind of been living my life as a how do I want to say this? Not as an NPC, but I was letting life happen to me rather than happening to life. And so now that I started Woo's News, that was one thing. But then when I said, you know what, let's put it all together. Let's make our first video where we actually break down a false flag. And that was Act 1. And once it started. And so that's why with the David Crowley investigation, it was always going to be just making a documentary about David Crowley and the murder of his family. Try to absolve David because David was it was the mainstream media was and still is promoting the idea that David killed his 5-year-old daughter and his wife and then turned the gun on himself. And having studied the crime scene for 5 years, it's totally bogus. But rather than just creating a documentary about David Crowley and the evidence to support this idea, I really wanted to take it up, to kick it up a notch, and see what if I can get this case reopened, and then make the documentary about David Crowley. So I still have plenty of time, but until I need to make a decision. And so right now I'm just calling in, attorneys, lawyers, remote viewers, psychic spies, criminologists, people, medical examiners, you name it, anybody that can get me closer to opening this case up and get me closer to justice and get justice for this family. But I have a passion for detective work and making movies, and I have a passion for a lot of things. And it just happens to be that Woo's News is detective work and it's acting, because I get to use my voice and I get to edit, and I don't have a manager or a boss or anything. So
yeah, so
I can
what's
use whatever song I want.
Where did you come up with? I've always been curious. The dog and the name Woos.
I'll show you.
All right, here we go.
Well, long time ago, when I got Wooz. This is Wooz. He's an Italian Greyhound, Jack Russell Terrier. And when I rescued him from the pound or whatever, there was this running joke at the restaurant I was working at, and it's kind of a long story, but the woman wanted happy hour in the dining area, but you could only have happy hour if you sat at the bar. And so the waiter, Chris, told the lady that she happened to be Asian, and she's like, okay, I understand, wooz a wooz. And so that just became a running joke at this job that I had. But when they picked Wooz up at the pound and he made this face that he's making right now, I'm like, oh, it's like he's woozy. Oh, it's like wooz a wooz. Oh, it's Wooz. And so
oh, that's cool.
I'd wanted to do Wooz News for years, but with a human, and I was going to be the guy behind the camera. And back then it was called Tilly 2.0, but then it just, and after years, it never went anywhere. So
yeah, that's so catchy.
We'll make Wooz the host.
Oh, that's
and we'll call it, oh my God, Wooz News. It's perfect.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
because you get your dog, you get your news from dogs anyway, people.
Yeah. I was just sharing the other day, somebody, I forgot her name, and it escapes me. It's sad, but she was one of those mainstream media. She works at the Washington Compost, and she filmed her. I don't know if you saw it. It was a little clip where she says, all of these folks are losing their jobs at the LA Times and Washington Post. And she just went down this list, and I'm just excited as she continues the list. And I'm like, yeah, folks aren't watching you anymore. Your numbers are dropping. The magazines are going away. Why? And she's wondering why, because they're watching you. They're watching channels that are trying the best they can to put out information that nobody's going to hear from these guys, the Washington Compost and more. And so anyway, that was exciting for me just to see some positive news on that end, that folks are tuning in and they're paying attention. And again, it's just a reminder of why I feel like it's important to get your support through GiveSendGo.com, and hopefully in the future even more, so you can grow. And I'd love to see you have a full onslaught of videos constantly reminding everyone out there what's going on and how they're lying to us.
Absolutely. And I applaud you for sharing Act 1 and Act 2. There's not quite channels of your caliber that are willing to put Act 2 or even Act 1 on the line. And I think this is what I'm now seeing within this community of truth, or people wanting and desiring the truth. They're shaking their heads and wondering, why are these alternative news channels not promoting or not even talking about it? And we know several of these platforms have received Act 1 and Act 2, and they still won't touch it.
Yeah.
And so I'm getting messages, every day now, and people are just confused. And I'm like, well, now you're starting to see who's a part of this and who's not, who's working for Team Light and who's working for Team Dark.
Gotcha.
And I already had a feeling how that worked before I released Act 2.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, I was just, to be honest with you, I was shocked when I saw your videos come out and you only had I think 700 or 800 subscribers at the time when we were trying to highlight almost every video. I'm like, guys, J6, got to show you this Wooz News. You got to go watch it. And nobody's putting together something like this. And I know it sounds like I'm harping on it pretty strong, but yeah, sitting behind your desk for hours, you're getting, I would explain it. You're cramping up. You're not getting exercise. Your stress levels are going through the roof. A lot of folks don't see all of that. They just watch the video and go, okay, I'm entertained. And that was great.
Yeah. When's Act 3 coming out?
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, so it's for me, that's what I want folks to understand is the production value that you put into that, to me, is better. It was actually better than going to a theater, sitting down, getting your popcorn and spending $50 to $75 to go in there and pay these folks to produce these movies that are boring. A lot of times in the past 2 years, I'll let you know, just for me personally, I've walked into theaters, sat down with my wife and I look at her 10 minutes, 15 minutes in. I'm like, why are we here? This is terrible.
Yeah.
You know, and then we sit there through the entire movie feeling
I
like
know.
idiots, and then we walk out going, we just wasted 2 hours of our life and our
Yeah.
money. And yet I
Yeah.
can come back and watch Woo's News. I can watch
Hey.
your productions and go, I'm going to watch that again. I'm going to go back and I'm going to get respun up again on what's going on, because the thing is, it's not just that you're putting out great content. It's that the way you actually have your voice in, you zoom in, then you show the Capitol and you have all these zooms and left and right with all the graphics. And then, well, let's go look at so-and-so now. And you zoom back into where they're at. Well, let's see who's going to hit who. Well, they're standing around and they're doing nothing. They're waiting for their cue. And here's the cue. And then the way you do that, I'm thinking, how in the world did he script this? How did he gather all this information, sit down with on his keyboard and say, I'm going to make this production where it's not just half done. You baked a full load. You gave us the steak, the potatoes, the broccoli, then you gave the dessert. You gave us, everything is packed into these videos. And that's why I get super excited showing them. And I just want folks to know, look, with this work that you're doing, I really feel like you need to be elevated a lot higher, and your views need to go up, and folks need to know who you are, because I think every production you do is going to have such value, because you're not just whipping it together. You're doing your research. You're deep into what's going on. And you have folks like Eric Clark with us. So you're showing us the folks that you're talking to and what they're going through. And it's real life situations. I mean, Eric's life is on the line.
Yep.
His grandbabies, I would say plural, I'm assuming you have more than one, are going to miss you if you go away for what? Taking care of your country. And that's not fair.
Yeah. And I was told when I went pro se by the judge, right at the Feretta hearing, he says, I just want to remind you, Mr. Clark, that if you choose to go pro se, when you're sentenced, I can choose to run your time consecutively instead of concurrently, because in the federal system, they can do that. Unlike some states, like the state of Kentucky, they can't do that. It's all concurrent. And what I mean by that is I have 4 misdemeanor charges. 2 of them each carry a year, 2 of them each carry 6 months. What he can do is stack the sentences to where I serve 3 years instead of just serving 1 and covering all of them. So I'm looking at up to 3 years in prison. And for somebody that's been sober for 6 years, prior to that, as with 25 years of meth addiction, you could imagine I had quite a few arrests, none violent, none felonies, right?
Right.
But I had quite a few arrests. And so that's going to determine the sentencing, the points. I mean, it's not going to determine the sentencing, because I'm going to go in here and I'm going to tell the truth the way I saw it, because God put me there for a reason. I don't think he's going to let me down now. I've made him my counselor, right? I've made him my attorney. And I go in there and I'm just going to speak what he tells me to speak, what I know about the truth. And what I witnessed were smoke grenades that were passed off as gas. What I witnessed was people I was damseled and distressed by a girl that turned out to have an onion in a towel. I witnessed people in the building trying to put words in my mouth, right? And insisting that I had just said that a girl got shot 10 minutes after a girl did get shot in a whole different part of the building. And it's not what I said at all. Right. And what I've seen looking back to the footage, I mean, it just more and more confirms what I saw in Act 2. And it's why I reached out to Rapa, and it's why there have been a great number of us that have. And I'd imagine he's had to deal with, as I have, he's become part of a community, a lot of the background noise, we'll just say, right? The distractions from within.
Yep.
And so he's really good at pointing them out and saying, Eric, be careful of this person, be careful of that person. This is what I've seen that you haven't. And same and vice versa. Because like I said, I've watched probably over 1,000 hours of footage from the day. I have a Dropbox I'll give out publicly that I've used as my exhibits in court with more than 2,500 January 6th videos and just the exhibits that I gave to the court.
So, Eric, if you don't mind, Can I ask you? It seems like you're talking about how the Lord's involved in your life and more. Am I assuming that your drug addiction was taken away because of your faith, or what happened with that? Can I ask you real quick?
Absolutely, absolutely. So yes, my drug addiction was taken away because of I found faith, because I reached out to the hand of a God that was always there, begging me to reach out for it, and I'm very grateful for that. Along the path of making amends for my past life, I had an aunt I owed a bunch of money to, and she invited me to come to church with her. She said, "Eric, you write off the $5,000 that you owe me from your time in that madness that you lived in for so long, from that life of sin, and start coming to church with me, and that's your payment." So that's what I did, and I'm sitting in the pew one day, and this is relevant because it's how I know how God communicates with me. I'm sitting in that pew one day, and in my 25 years of addiction, I destroyed my relationship with my father, right, with my stepdad, who's raised me as his own since I was 3. Destroyed that relationship. Figured that was done. Right, I'll never have the bond my brothers have with this man or my sisters, and I craved that, right, because my dad's a very good man. And I'm sitting in that church pew, and the preacher does a Bible study on the parable of the prodigal son. And God wrote it on my heart at the end of that parable. I'm going to do this for you too. And I knew he was telling the truth, and I just started bawling. And within 2 weeks, my dad's calling me, inviting me for coffee. And within a few months, that bond is fully rebuilt. And I have a close relationship with a man who I made the root of all my problems when I was the root of my problems. And I was very grateful for that. And I learned from it as well that when God writes something on your heart, he tells you he's going to do something, he does it. He doesn't leave you waiting or wondering. He does it. And I'm fully convinced I'm going to go in here and I'm going to win this trial because I have the truth on my side.
Amen. I appreciate that, Eric, for sharing that. Whew. That was heavy.
That was beautiful, Eric. God bless you. If you haven't noticed, Eric's a hero of mine.
Yeah.
As is Alan Hostetter. You know, this particular event, while it's silly, it's just a room full of kayfabing going on. This is one of those false flags that, you know, there were no buildings that came down. There weren't any people trapped or any children that died. You know, this is an event that really doesn't pull at your heartstrings like some of the other false flags out there that they have put us through. And so that's why, to me, this one is so important, because if you could get the viewer to relax and take a moment to look at the evidence that I'm supplying through over, you know, the course of 2 hours, or depending on which rabbit hole you go down, then we can really start to get out of this mess. Once people realize they're being lied to by the people that said they would never lie to them.
That's right. Yeah.
So take this opportunity now to be proactive, like Eric is, like I am, like so many other people that, again, that you'll never hear about.
That's
because
right.
you weren't told to hear about them. You weren't told to care about them.
So again, guys, just want to remind you, you can go to givesendgo.com/Woo's News for those that are listening in. You can go in the description box below. We'll have all their links: Rumble, X, Instagram, BitChute, which actually has all of your videos, thank goodness. And so, remember, you can actually support the efforts of Rafa and others that are involved in all of this. And I just feel heavily that this was put together in a perfect time. And we have a strange year ahead of us. I feel like they're going to throw a lot more of these at us. And we're going to have to stay on top of these. And definitely, Rafa, need your help for all that. And so, again, just want to encourage everybody to support Rafa, pray for Rafa, and also lift up all of the things that you're doing. I want to pray for you before we go.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Heavenly Father, thank you so much for Eric Clark, for Rafa at Woo's News. We lift up the gifts that you've given them, that they would be continued use in this truth movement. We ask that they would be blessed beyond the means that they've ever seen. We hear in your scriptures that you'll fill up just like a cup, pressed down, shaken together, and rolling over. And that's what we are hoping for, so that these productions of truth and information that comes out to us, especially in such an entertaining way, will continue to be used in our daily lives. Lift up Eric to you as he continues with these trials, these things that he's going to face, that you would just put before him mighty angels and show him through your Holy Spirit how you've continued to guide him and direct him, just like you did with Paul and all of his trials. May he have just this overwhelming sense of guidance and direction, love and grace in his life. May he continue to touch others, especially with his testimony. We ask for continued protection over all of us and our families and more. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Thank you guys
Sounds
once
beautiful.
again for joining in.
Thank you
Looking
so
forward
much.
to your next update, and definitely want to talk to you a lot more, please.
Yes, please have us on LT.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric, for tuning in. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
having me, LT.
I invite you to join me and the And We Know family on a cruise to a majestic place called Alaska, August 11th through 18th, 2024. We will chart our adventures, renowned for their scenery, teeming with forest and wildlife, the freshest caught salmon, and other delicious cuisine, and known for the locals' friendly charm. The Isaacs are coming too, and we can't wait to sing, worship, and patriotic songs by this renowned Southern gospel group. We'll also enjoy powerful biblical messages and share life stories with my family and me. Listen in on a live podcast recording and have question and answer time and interviews with special guests. So visit inspirationtravel.com/LTA today. It's in the description box below this video. Inspirationtravel.com/LTA. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
All right, that was LT with Raphael from Woo's News and Eric Clark. That was a very, very good. All right, so just got to say, this arrived today. People are wondering what exactly that is. Well, that is a rolling tray. You want to know what my rolling tray for the last 7 years has been? This paper plate. And yes, this is the same paper plate that I started with. It's always been here on my desk, and that's what I pour my tobacco on or cut my joints on. And now I actually have a rolling tray and a cool lighter too, a Cheech and Chong lighter. I got to get fuel for it though. But yeah, thank you very much. That came in today. Also, I received. Now there's no name on the package, but I got some Reese's peanut butter cups. I'm kind of spoiled. I got some coffee, and I know this person really loves me because she sent me Tim Hortons coffee. Come on. You gotta love me if you're sending me Tim Hortons coffee. A couple of t-shirts and a pair of gloves. And thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you. There's no name on the package though. Please, if you guys are sending me something, put your name on there so I can actually thank you. And Michelle, thank you very much for that. You're awesome. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, when you said something about a small tray, I was like thinking, like one of those little itty bitty trays, just big enough to do what I needed to do. But that's cool. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, all right, back to our stuff. Okay, let's get back to our stuff here. Let's go ahead and get into our next one. Our next one today is, okay, as you guys know, Janet Osbard went missing a period of time ago, and then they found her dead. And Cynthia put together a little tribute, and I wanted to share it with you guys because it tells what she was trying, the message she's trying to deliver. I'm going to refresh this. What is going on with my internet? Oh, I got to turn my camera back up. That's why everything slowed down. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay. Here we go.
Hello, beautiful friends from all over the world. Hello, my beautiful friends. We're live and kicking. Welcome, everybody. Beautiful friends all across the world. We're so happy that you're here tonight with us. Here we are. Hello, beautiful friends all over the world. We're back with more terrible news.
Very optimistic.
Wow, what an intro. Well, it's true.
Well, it was the last time we laughed tonight.
Yeah. Oh, we got a good one at the end. Don't worry.
But it's very serious.
It's a very serious topic, definitely. Hello, beautiful friends all over the world.
Great that you're here. Great,
Absolutely.
great. We have a brilliant presentation for you.
Absolutely.
Finally about Q.
Hello, beautiful friends all across the world. We're back.
We're back.
And we have a brand new presentation with more horrific news, as you are used to by now to get from us.
Horrific news with hope.
And
a smile.
Oh my God, we have the most amazing ending for you this time.
Yeah.
So keep watching. Second part of
Who is the Cabal?
Exactly. Who is the Cabal? Record. Hello, beautiful friends all across the world. My hair is not going to be on fire because it's fake. We did it like we did a Zoom once with a real candle, and then the curtains sort of started,
And the floor was kind of melting. So this is better.
This is safe. You can do this, and it's like,
Especially with my hair, it's kind of
Yeah.
scary.
Okay. We have a great presentation for you guys tonight. Hello, beautiful friends all across the world.
So good to see you again and have you here. And we're going to have a long and crazy night.
Oh,
with all
yes.
the things we're going to tell you and show you.
We have more slides than ever before,
Yes.
but we're going to do it in a crazy pace. Thank you. Speed. Insane speed.
So you can't
Yes.
wink your eyes because then you miss
No,
something.
you don't blink.
can't wink.
Don't go to the toilet. All right, here we go.
Hello, beautiful friends.
Hello, darlings all across the world. Welcome. That's the dog. Welcome to a new episode of The Fall of the Cabal, live from our own personal private beach.
Yes.
Not
We're visualizing.
visualizing that. It's very pretty. Right. I think we should start. Most times we wait a couple of minutes, but we've got so much to share.
Yeah.
And if people join in a little bit later, they can always look back on the recording. at the recording. So here we go. Share screen.
Welcome.
Welcome. Hello, beautiful friends all across the world. It's so good to see you again.
And when it starts in chaos, it always ends up great.
Yep,
So,
it does.
No problem.
That's Murphy's Law or
Yes.
something like that.
Well, it's our law.
Whoever Murphy was or is.
Hello, beautiful friends.
All across the world.
It's so nice to have you here.
I'm pausing that just so you guys have time to read it. Janet has said all she wanted to say. Her words of hope, her encouragement will always be available to you. Now it's up to you and me. We still have a task ahead. And yes, we do. That's Janet Osbard and Cynthia. I don't remember what Cynthia's last name is, but they were the ones who put the Fall Cabal series together. And then people said no, the end.
We're doing this to wake you up and say, you know, get your lazy ass off the couch and get into action. Let your voice be heard. Okay, now more and more people are waking up. That's a very good sign. We, of course, because of our work and all the messages, emails and telegram and everything that we receive every day, shows us that people are waking up on a massive scale at an enormous speed. And that alone gives us hope. Because, you know, we don't have to reach everybody. We have to reach the 100 monkeys. Remember the 100 monkeys theory from science, where they say if you reach a critical mass of people, in this case, not monkeys, people, a critical mass, which is a percentage of the entire population, and they are awakened, everybody will be awakened. Everybody will follow. Nobody knows how much that percentage is. In the Bible, they talk about the 144,000. Well, it's a bit more by now, but, you know, it's a percentage. It's called the critical mass. We only have to reach those. That means do not put any time or effort into people who don't want to hear the truth, who don't want to hear this, who don't want to watch our documentaries. Forget about it. Put your energy and focus on those who are already on the fence. And say, well, you know, if you want to know more, here's a good link. Why don't you have a look at it? That's what you do. And we'll get to those because it's going much faster than anything. It is right now, you know, it is right now.
It's the power of the people.
Yeah.
It's the 1-2 persons that bring the information out, and the others start to think, this might be not as good as I thought it was, this life. And then it starts to grow, becomes a movement. We should understand that we have the power. The government should serve us, not the other way
We're
around.
paying them. It's our tax money.
We're not their slaves. No. It's the other way around, and we've forgotten that.
So do not comply. I know they're starting again with a new pandemic and a new virus, and, you know, do not wear the mask. But it's fear. You know, it's fear. People are so scared of dying, so we need a government to keep us safe. That's why I always say, we all stop being afraid, the cabal would fall. Yeah. Right now. Yeah. Right now. So we're going to end on that note. I think it's a happy note.
But that's what I meant. Disasters have to come to your backyard to wake up. Yeah. And we could decide that it shouldn't come this far. This is enough, you know?
It is enough. Remind me next time not to wear yellow in this background, because keep smiling, no matter how hard these times are. Humor, a sense of humor, a good laugh keeps you healthy. All right, always remember that. Very important. And at times we're crying. Some of the things we discovered, even, and
every time we end up with the children,
and we're crying again.
Yeah.
And then we pick ourselves up and, dust yourself off and you continue. And that's the way it is. It's a war. And we're going to win this one. All right, my darlings. We're going to end.
Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being with us.
Big kiss, big hugs to you all.
And gratitude.
And gratitude. Keep the faith. Where we go one, we go all. We love you.
We love you. Bye-bye.
Until next time.
I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a minute so that everybody can copy these addresses down. Pretty simple, though, www.fallcabal.com, or you can find them on BitChute, where I generally play them from. It's just a smoother connection for me. And John's dropping the links for those in the chat. Thank you very much for that, John. I appreciate that very much. Lots of things, and then here is their telegraph or their telegram. And you will find them on Facebook. Why? Because I play their videos. But it's pretty much only through the podcast that you'll ever see me do that, because that way then I can ensure that people are watching it because of the fact that I'm playing it. And so if you're watching me, you're watching whatever is on my screen here. So which is pretty cool. I like being able to do this. I like being able to bring all these people back, the ability to sit back with a whole group of people and watch these things and learn things together. It's the idea of this awakening, not having to experience it alone, and being able to have conversations and make great friends. I mean, believe me, I can't wait until this is all said and done, and I get to send out invitations to everybody to come to wherever I move to for a big weekend of music and fun and laughter and sharing and sitting around campfires with everybody and being able to experience time together. We're spending a lot of time together now. Imagine what it'll be like when I'm at a better place and we're able to gather there. And I'm thinking it's going to be kind of centralized, kind of like right in the middle where the distance is pretty much even for everybody to come together, and all that. So, all right. So up next, we've got yesterday afternoon's X22 report. Let's get into that. I'm only doing the part B of this. I'm pretty sure that by the time I get done with this, actually, I should probably just go ahead and check and see if it's already dropped, because if it has, I'll play today's instead. But it takes a second to load here. Let's see. Nope, isn't up yet. So let's go through yesterday's and pick up a whole bunch of really good information that Dave goes through the process of putting together every day. And the thing is and I'm gonna say this and I'm not saying this to belittle anybody or anything else. Yes, there are certain points where a lot of the information is repeat. Okay. You heard it in yesterday's report, or you heard it in the report from the day before that. Well, the idea of it is this, is that the more often that you hear it, the more often you're filling spaces in your memory bank. Okay. In order to be able to point people in a particular direction, in order to particular information, or particular incidences, or particular types of scenarios. LT approaches it from one direction. Dave from X22 approaches it from another direction. Sean from SGT, he approaches it from a different direction. So it's a gainful perception. Okay, when we watch all of them and we're able to map this out. Okay. And then, Melissa Red Pill, she's another one. So many of them that are involved in getting as much truth out there. But these are the ones that I find actually the most reliable. They're not going to be giving you any BS, and they're consistent in their messaging. And I find that very important for people who are trying to learn about the world that we're getting ready to go into and the world that we're leaving. Okay. And if we're not taking that time and putting the work in, then we deserve to be treated as ignorant, right? So the idea of it is the more informed we are, the more we can then inform others. And that is the ultimate goal. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's get into this.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, in this episode 3272BN. Today's date is January 31st, 2024, and the title of the episode is Deep State is Setting Up the Civil War Narrative, Cyber Attacks, Timing is Everything. Let's talk about being prepared. It's freezing, but cranking up the heat is going to cost you a lot of money. Experts previously warned that heating bills will jump to the most expensive in more than a decade, and it's holding true. The average cost to heat a home is projected to rise more than 17.2% or $1,208. What's scary is the cost of heat homes is expected to be 35.7% higher than the 2020-2021 winter. This is why I highly recommend and use the amazing portable heater. It helps quickly transform any chilly space into a cozy haven, giving me a game-changing level of comfort while keeping my money out of the pockets of the greedy utility companies. Its compact size keeps it portable and make it easy to keep me warm near my bed, in my living room, or on my office desk at work. Plus, it helps pay for itself just with the cost savings on your heating bill in the first month alone. Get warm now for a whopping 55% off this New Year's. Plus, try it risk-free with a 60-day money-back guarantee, a safe and secure checkout, and much more. Order now before this offer ends by going to getwarmnow.com. That is getwarmnow.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, it seems now that they are now building up the narrative for a civil war. Now, this doesn't mean there's going to be a civil war, but you can see the deep state players, they are preparing everything. Remember, their entire strategy right now is to make sure that Trump doesn't win the 2024 election. And think about all the time and money that was spent in 2020. They released a virus. They put out fake numbers. They had doctors. They had the WHO. They had everyone all in on it, making it a very big coordinated effort to make sure that Trump doesn't win the 2020 elections. And here in the United States, what did they do? They scared the people enough where they put drop boxes into place. They had people use mail-in ballots, and they made the people so afraid that they wouldn't go outside, so they would have to use the mail-in ballots in the drop boxes, and they put their cheating system into place. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they actually set all this up to make sure that they would go forward with their plan, because they had to take their cheating system to the next level. And by taking it next level, it was very, very easy to actually capture everything that they have done. Because, again, they've always had their cheating system. They've always had their systems in place. The Patriots, Trump and the Patriots, what they needed them to do is they needed these people to go far above and beyond of what they were doing. So this way it was completely and utterly noticeable how they were cheating. So if they spent all this time, all this money prepping for that moment where they had an insurrection on November 3rd, and they completed that insurrection on January 6th, what do you think they're going to do for 2024? Do you think they're just going to sit by and just say, well, I guess if Trump wins, he wins, and we're out of luck here? No, they've been planning for this for a very long time, and it's a multi-phase plan. The first part of the plan was to actually indict Trump as soon as he made his announcement. And they decided, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to use many different indictments. And yes, we're going to look for certain documentation. We're going to say he violated the Presidential Records Act, which he did not. And we're going to look for a certain classified information to see which direction and what his plan is. And we need to look for all that information. And while we're doing that, we will go ahead and indict him not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. And hopefully with all these indictments, the people of this country, they decide, you know something, he's in way too much trouble. We're not going to vote for him. So we're going to vote for a different candidate. Well, that completely and utterly backfired on them. Then they decided, you know what, we'll drag him in and we'll take a mug shot. Well, Trump, he made millions of dollars selling the mugs and T-shirts, and his poll numbers went up again. Now, what are they looking to do? They're looking to convict him. They're hoping that if they can get a conviction, well, people will just drop him and say, you know something, he's not even worth it anymore. He got indicted, he got a mugshot, now he's convicted, and you know something, maybe we better look for a different candidate. Well, we know that this is going to fail also. So this is the multi-phase plan, and I do believe that is the beginning stages of their plan to try to knock him down and get the people to move away from him. But instead, it's having the opposite effect. Trump is becoming more and more popular. He's having more and more rallies. We could see that they couldn't knock him out of this position. Yes, Nikki Haley is standing by because I do believe there's going to be news coming down the pike, and she's hoping that she will get all the delegates and she will be the nominee. But again, this is going to fail also. And eventually what's going to happen is she's going to drop out and Trump will be the nominee. So they tried to stop Trump in the very, very beginning. They tried to stop him from becoming the nominee. But again, he's going to become the nominee. Now we have word that they're planning to do what? Well, since he's the nominee, what do they got to do? They need to remove him one way or another. That's why you hear Alex Soros talking about assassination. This is why Tucker Carlson, when he was having an interview with Trump, he asked him about assassination. And this is their next part of their plan. Most likely, they're going to try to scare him. And if they can, maybe even assassinate him. Now, I do believe that this is going to fail. I don't believe they're going to be able to pull this one off. And this is going to make Trump even more popular than he was before. So this multi-pronged plan is failing at every stage. So if all of this fails, where do they go next? Well, they understand that Biden will not be able to pull this off. And of course, this is why they moved the State of the Union into March 7th, because they're waiting to see what happens with Trump and Nikki Haley and everything. And once they realize that Trump is the nominee, well, that's when things start to really change. This is when they're going to have a change of batter. And this is when they're going to bring in someone else, because they could see at this point, if they're going to use their cheating system, which they do have in place. Remember, they have all the illegals coming in, and this is also part of their plan. Let's have as many illegals coming into this country as possible, because they need to replace the people that they're losing. Plus, they need enough of these people to allow them to cheat in the next election. But they can't cheat with Biden because he just doesn't have the numbers. And this is why they're going to have a change of batter. And this is why they're going to bring someone in who's popular and supposedly clean. Now, is this going to work? This will probably give them a boost until information comes out against the Obamas, and then people start to learn who and what they really are, just like they learned about Biden. They learned that Biden is a criminal. He has shell companies. He's been working with foreign governments. He's been money laundering. He knows everything about his son's business. He's been dealing in his business, and he lied to the American people. So they're going to learn, I'm talking about the people of this country, the same thing that they learned about Biden, but this now is going to be focused on the Obamas. Now, of course, they're going to push Michelle Obama, most likely, and they're going to hope that they could cheat in the next election. And what they're going to try to do is they're going to see how many votes they have. They know their internal polling. They want to know how many people are with Trump, and they can tell already that the people are with him. And they're going to start to realize that this cheating system that they have in place, that they used back in 2020, is not going to work this time around, because Trump just doesn't have 75 million people, 80 million people. I do believe he most likely will have anywhere between 130, 140, 150 million people voting for him, which means it's going to be very, very difficult to cheat in the next election. And I do believe that is why the deep state players now are preparing the narrative for a civil war, which there is going to be no civil war, but you have to remember why they're preparing this, because they're going to use their illegals to try to start something. And they are starting war at the same exact time. And we can see already that cyber attacks are now coming into focus. And yes, we could see that Biden is prepared and ready to go after Iran. Most likely, they're going to hit them with conventional weapons, and they're going to use cyber attacks against Iran. And I do believe the cyber wars have just begun, which means that these countries like Iran will actually retaliate and probably cyber attack the United States and probably hit certain infrastructure. Now, it's not going to start off right off the bat where, hey, they just took down the entire power grid and everything's out. No, you're going to see them build up the narrative. This is the way it works. And we could see already with China, we already have the FBI out there saying that they just shut down a cyber hacking team that's from China, and they were actually attacking the infrastructure of the United States. So if these countries are going to be using cyber attacks against the United States, what are the odds that the cyber attack hits the election infrastructure where they actually shut down the election system and we can't actually perform the election? I do believe the odds are pretty darn good, because again, Trump has let us know that we're approaching war. I think people are starting to realize that we are definitely approaching war. We see things building up in the Middle East. We see that soldiers were killed, and now Biden is going to retaliate. What do you think the country's going to do after he retaliates? Do they see him as strong? Do they see him as a leader that will protect the United States, or do they see him as a very weak man? Well, I do believe they see him as a very weak man, which means they're going to attack the United States one way or another. And I wouldn't be surprised if other countries decide to join in on this. And the fake news, they start reporting that, yes, the infrastructure has been hit. You might see towns, their power might go out. They might hit their water systems. And all of a sudden, people start to realize, holy crap, we are vulnerable to cyber attacks. And I do believe they will be building this up the rest of the year, because as we approach the presidential election, they're going to be watching everything very, very carefully. And they're going to realize that the cheating system that they have in place is just not going to work this time around, especially as all the information comes out against the Obamas, because this is not going to help them at all, because the people are going to be learning the truth. The people are going to learn who's treasonous to this country. And this is going to put the Obamas in a very difficult position. And when you put the deep state players in a very difficult position, what do? They don't just sit there and say, well, look, they got us. Okay, now what are we going to do? No, they fight back. And yes, they're going to push back very, very hard, because once again, how do you cover up your crimes? How do you have the biggest distraction in the world? Think about 9/11. Remember the $10 million or $10 billion that went missing? Then all of a sudden the towers went down. Did anyone ever bring that up again? Absolutely not. Why not? Because people forgot, because there was a major, major disaster and people were distracted. If there is a war and we're being attacked, do you think people are going to be distracted from all the crimes that they have committed? Absolutely. That's why the deep state will do this in the end. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they are prepared for this, and they realize that this is the path they're going to take. And as they take this path, Trump, the Patriots, they have something else planned. And I do believe they have paper ballots waiting in the wings. They have the ability to have a open, transparent election, and they have the ability to count the votes in one day, which means the deep state players in the end will not accept these votes. They will not accept the election. And that's when they bring out the illegals. That's when they bring out those people that would like to do us harm. And you could see they're putting certain laws in place to make sure that the people of this country don't have the ability to actually protect themselves. Remember, going back from the very beginning, it was infiltration from within. They were going to have young men, they are military age, they were going to be spread out across this country, and yes, they will be able to get weapons, and they wanted to get rid of the weapons and make sure the people didn't have the weapons so the people couldn't fight against these people. This is why they've been pushing gun control for a very long time. Gun control has failed. Now they're trying to introduce laws where people cannot form militias. Think about this for a second. Why would they do this at this point? Because they understand that they can't allow the people to come together. They can't allow the people to be organized. But again, the Second Amendment allows us to do this. And yes, they will try to stop it, but they're building the narrative up, trying to make it seem like there are extremists out there. The extremists are crazy. And we just had a case of this individual who chopped off his father's head because he called him treasonous. So they're already building the narrative up. They're already preparing to show that, look, here are the extremists. They're crazy. But again, we're not the crazy ones. It is them, because true patriots are not going around decapitating their father. Again, they're putting this into place. And by the way, the FBI knew about this guy. They're putting this into place for a specific reason. They're trying to build an narrative, almost like having the Patriot Front group march around New York City and all other places where they're holding the American flag. They have masks on. They have tan pants on. Oh, by the way, they're feds. And they're doing this on purpose because they're trying to build that narrative. They're trying to set the stage for a civil war. And if the people don't join in, they will actually use their own people, have them dress up as MAGA people to try to start the civil war. You saw the whole thing happen on January 6th. People were running around dressed up as MAGA, even though they weren't. They were confidential human sources. They were Antifa. They were FBI. They were Capitol Police. They did it on purpose because they needed to make sure that the people joined in. And how do you get people to join in? You dress up like them and you say, look, everyone's doing it. And this is what they're going to try to do with the Civil War. But I don't believe the people are going to go along with this. I do believe this is going to fail like everything else. And this is going to leave them exposed. And yes, the military will get involved because remember, Trump continually lets us know that there's an invasion going on at the border and these people are invading our country. And if these invaders decide to attack the country from within, well, are we at war? I do believe so. And I do believe certain things begin to happen. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about Harvard right now, because we could see the plagiarism just doesn't start with the head of the college. It's going to every single position right now. Chris Brunette put this out and said 40 allegations of plagiarism against Harvard's chief diversity officer. Have you noticed it's always the same exact people? It's all the installed people. It's all the diversity people. It seems that they're the criminals. They plagiarize. They steal people's clothes out of their suitcases. It seems like it's all the same exact pattern. And you can see it is. Why? Because what does the deep state do? They find the criminals. They find the lowlifes, and they put them in these positions. And you can see it's the same MO over and over and over. Now, the other thing that we see is that the deep state players, yes, they're coming after the people of this country. They don't like people going up against what they believe, and they believe in abortion, and they don't want people pushing against this. And what's very interesting is that Christian protesters, they prayed and they sang hymns, and they were sitting peacefully in the lobby of the abortion center. And these individuals, they were arrested, and now they face 11 years in prison for praying and singing. So they weren't violent. They were just sitting around. They were praying. They were singing. But look what they're doing. They're making an example out of all these people. This is why they did this to the January 6th people. This is why they're doing it to these people, because if you go up against what we are doing, we're going to make examples out of you. If you go back in time, this is what they did with their political prisoners. They made examples of them. Do not follow what these people do, or else this is what's going to happen to you. They're doing the same thing right now, but are the people going to follow along on this? No, if you go and you look back in history, people never back down. Actually, this makes people push even harder. And again, these people are going in the wrong direction. They're going against the people, and the people, well, they're the ones who call the shot in this country, and they're the ones who have the power. Because once the people are united, and this is why they don't want the people united, once the people are united, you can't fight against a united people, because the people then have the strength, and they know this. And the people, they're watching all this play out once again, and the silent majority is not going to be silent anymore. And the people of this country, they're watching the deep state players. They're watching the crimes that they've committed. They're watching exactly what they're doing. They're watching the open borders. They're watching it all. And in the end, they're going to actually show the deep state player who really has the power, especially with the border, because the people, they know when they're being lied to. They know when they're being gaslighted. And that's exactly what's happening at the border right now. Maybe in the very beginning, the people didn't see it, but now as the borders are completely and utterly wide open and they've been lied to time and time again, saying that the borders are secure. Well, and now the Biden administration is saying, if you want me to secure the border, you need to pass a bill. I think the people now see the truth of the matter. And when you look at New York City, when you look at Chicago, when you look at all these different areas, the people, they're starting to realize who they really care about more. They don't care about the residents in the city. They care more about the illegals. In New York, they're going to screw 4,000 legal residents out of a job so migrants can have them. So once again, we could see that New York, they're putting the illegals ahead of the people of this country. And by the way, the illegals, they're allowed to move freely across the United States, and they're able to get onto planes without any type of ID whatsoever. No checks, no nothing. Now, think about the everyday American. They have to be screened. They have to show their ID. They got to show their passport. They have to show proof. Illegals coming into this country, they don't have to show anything. Dave Rubin put this out on X and said, just snap this pic. This is the state of absolute insanity happening at our airports. I'm in the pre-TSA line where migrants don't have to have an ID to get through security, and it's their choice whether they want their picture taken. There is a plan to destroy America. Absolutely there is. And I think people are starting to realize that what this plan is, and that those people that are destroying America, they have infiltrated our country. And this infiltration started a long time ago. It started back with Obama. If you noticed, he put many different people who had the faith of Muslim Brotherhood, he put them into place, and then he started to bring in all these illegals going back to his day. And they tell you a really great story that, oh, no, we can't shut the border. Oh, no, it's too difficult. Oh, no, don't worry, we're going to do our best. But again, it's all lies. Trump showed you it was all lies because he was able to shut down the border with absolutely no problem whatsoever. And when you look at Ilhan Omar, you can see as clear as day her allegiance and many others are not with the United States. And we could see just by her press conference that she had where she admitted this. Plus, we could see who she's retweeting. And Wokeness put this out and said, Ilhan Omar just retweeted this person. This is from Mujahid Stafio. There is a power with numbers. Breed like rats and establish global dominance. Inshallah, the 21st century will see the great rise of Islam. Glory to be Allah. And then this is the pin tweet from Mujahid Stafio. Long live the great replacement. So that whole replacement theory is true. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. This is why they're bringing in millions and millions of illegals into this country, because eventually what they want, and actually if you go back in time, Joe Biden let everyone know that soon the white people, they will be the minority, and we're going to bring in many, many other people, and they will be the majority, and they will replace the people of this country. And you could see there are certain people in Congress that are assisting this because they're part of the criminal syndicate. And this has been their plan for a very long time. Remember, it's infiltration from within. Representative Tom Tiffany put this out and said 154 House Democrats voted against penalizing illegal aliens who evade Border Patrol. That's how you know the Biden border invasion is intentional. Absolutely. And right now, Speaker Johnson, he is rejecting the pending border deal, and he should reject it because there's no need for it. Biden can go ahead and use the executive order, just like he undid everything that Trump did. He could put everything back into place. And I think the people, they understand that he's been lying to us from the very, very beginning. Because remember, Mayorkas, Biden, and the White House press secretary, they've been saying that the border's been secure. The border is fine. And now all of a sudden they need money and they're telling us the border is not secure. So which is it? I think the people understand this. I think the people aren't fooled by this. And if you go back in time, Kenneco the Great put this out, you can see how the border numbers have changed. 2012, 364,000. 2016, 415,000. 2018, 404,000. 2019, 859,000. 2021, 1.9 million. 2022, 2.7 million. 2023, 3.2 million. That tells you everything you need to know. And remember, Biden's inaugural day, he introduced policies that incentivize illegal immigration, pause deportation, suspended remain in Mexico, stop border wall construction. Since Biden's policy changes, over 8 million people have illegally entered the country, with millions more slipping past Border Patrol undetected. This surge in illegal immigration is a national security crisis, costing American taxpayers hundreds of billions per year. Major U.S. cities grappling with the escalating financial burden are slashing budgets for essential services such as fire, police, and education. Biden holds the power to halt this crisis that is draining America's resources and endangering its citizens. The solution is as simple as the actions that led to this crisis. Biden should use his pen to reverse this executive order. And remember what Biden said. This is going back in time. No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders. It matters how you control your borders, not just for immigration, but it matters for drugs, terror, and a whole range of things. This is Barack Obama back in the day. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country. Bill Clinton. All Americans, not only in the United States, most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large number of illegal aliens entering our country. The job they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use imposes burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our border by hiring a record number of new bodyguards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, and by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. Now, again, these people are great with their words. Why didn't they just build a wall like Trump was building the wall? Because, again, they wanted the illegals to come in. They needed the illegals. And now they don't care what people see. They don't care if they see all the illegals coming in because they're in trouble. What do I mean by this? Well, they need the illegals because how are they going to cheat in the election? How are they going to create chaos? They need their foot soldiers. Remember, the people are no longer brainwashed by them, and the people now, they are rejecting everything that they're doing, and the people are getting freaking pissed off about it. So what do they got to do? They got to bring people in that are loyal to them. Because look, we gave you a home. We allowed you to come in. We're giving you money. You are loyal to us. You are our foot soldiers. You will do what we say, especially since they're criminals and terrorists. Because the criminals and terrorists, what do they love to do? They love to create chaos. They love to murder. They love crime. They are the criminals. Remember, the criminals, they bring in their own criminals to do the dirty work. And you can see that these criminals, They've been doing their dirty work in all different cities. And there was a video that was captured of illegals. They were assaulting a New York City police officer. Tom Fitton put this out on X and said, Biden border invaders assault New York City police. Meanwhile, Republican leaders in Senate trying to come up with a rescue plan to relieve pressure on Biden to enforce immigration law and protect America. Trump responded to this and said, the illegal aliens that are pouring into our country are taking over our cities and attacking our police. They are forming gangs and they are tough. Close the border. You do not need a ridiculous border bill that will allow 5,000 people into our country a day. Call it the stupid bill and make sure it doesn't get passed. It will make things much worse. Close the southern border. No bill necessary. And Trump is absolutely right. You do not need a bill for this. This is all smoke and mirrors by the rhinos, by the D's, because they always push a completely different agenda, and the agenda is always against the American people. They know they don't need this bill. They know that Biden can just secure it. They know that this is all BS, but they all go along with it because they're going to get something out of it because they are installed. They're following what their masters are telling them to do. And again, all these people that vote for this bill or even consider the bill, they are installed. There's no reason to have them in Congress because anyone with a brain realizes when Biden came in, all he did was reverse everything that Trump did. Let's talk about protecting ourselves. With tensions between China and Taiwan, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe, World War III has never been this close. But many war experts agree that the worst outcome isn't nukes, it's chemical weapons. That's because chemical weapons have the potential not only for immediate mass devastation, but painful long-term health effects that span generations among innocent civilians. This is why I highly recommend grabbing a Patriot M54 gas mask ASAP. The Patriot M54 gas mask offers support for respiratory and facial protection during chemical, biological, and radioactive contamination, including the most commonly used agents like tear gas and pepper spray. This affordable gas mask comes with industry-leading features including comfortable, secure fit, low breathing resistance, unobstructed vision, quick-release buckles, impact resistance, and is one size fits all. Get the Patriot M54 gas mask today to receive 70% off, plus several other bonuses completely for free. Order now by going to getgasmask.com. That is getgasmask.com, or by clicking the link in the description. And he has the authority to actually shut it down. Again, only the installed people, those people that aren't working for we the people, will actually vote for this bill. There's no need for it whatsoever. Speaker Mike Johnson, he put out a statement and he said the following. Since the moment he was confirmed, Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and consistently refused to comply with the federal immigration laws, fueling the worst border catastrophe in American history. He has undermined public trust through multiple false statements to Congress, obstructed lawful oversight of the Department of Homeland Security, and violated his oath of office. I commend the House Homeland Security Committee for conducting a thorough and exhaustive investigation into Secretary Mayorkas' failed leadership of the department and his role in the ongoing border crisis. Today's vote in the committee is a solemn but necessary step to bring accountability for the American communities devastated by the effects of an open border. And yes, Mayorkas, all he did was lie to the American people, one lie after another. He told everyone that the border was secure, that everyone was crazy. He gaslighted the people. Then Biden came along and said, listen, if you want me to secure the border, you got to give me more money. So again, I think the people understand who the liars are, and the people, they see their true agenda. Their true agenda is to continually let these people into this country. It will never, ever end because they need them for cheating and chaos and, yes, other agendas. Now, you could see that as we approach the presidential election, everything that they tried to do to stop Trump is failed. Remember, they were hoping that he wasn't going to be the nominee. They're still hoping that, but I don't believe that's going to work. And every step of the way, what they're going to do is they're going to implement the next part of their plan. And I do believe when we get to the end, it will be war because they will need to stop everything, distract everyone from what is really happening. And I do believe they will go all out, just like they went all out with COVID. If you don't think they're going to go all out, just think about what happened with COVID. Did they shut down the world? Did they make you stay inside? Did they make sure that nobody went to school, nobody went to work? You had to wear a mask everywhere? Did they force you to get a vaccine? Did they make you very, very afraid? So if they could do that in 2020 to stop Trump, what do you think they're going to do this time around in 2024? Since the people now are completely with Trump, do you think they're going to go easy on everyone? You think they're just going to say, oh, you know what? Yeah, we're going to try to cheat. And if that doesn't work, you know what? We're just going to crawl back into our hole and we'll just disappear. No, they're going to use everything they possibly can to scare the crap out of people into having the people do what they want. And if you do not comply, they will bring this entire world to war to cover up their crimes. Yes, it's going to get scary. Yes, it's going to get dark. But remember, all of this is not for the people that are awake because you're already awake. You already know what's going on. This is the rest of the people that have no clue what's going on. This is going to wake them up. And you can see they will not slow down. They will not give up. They will continue on until they get what they want. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're counting on this. They're counting on these people to do these things because this is going to trap them in their own agenda. But you could see that we're on our way. Look what's happening out in the Middle East. Right now, the European nations, they are still thinking about tackling the Red Sea attacks. They're still talking about a mission. And again, they're just saying who's going to be in the lead. Actually, it seems like they don't have anything together. They're afraid to make a move or do anything, and they're just talking about it. But remember, Trump, he had peace. He put this out on Truth. 3 years ago, we had peace in the Middle East. And today, do we have peace? No. Look what happened to the soldiers. They were killed on Biden's watch. And then we have the White House press secretary calling these people, these soldiers, these heroes, folks. I mean, this is completely and utterly disgusting. Every single American should be disgusted with these people. These people aren't American. These people are criminals who are running our country. And you can see that Biden is prepared and ready to attack Iran. And right now, the response is being described as a prolonged campaign, and targets have yet to be finalized, and they will include kinetic and cyber attacks. All the targets are expected to be outside of Iran proper, but will span multiple countries. What do you think is going to happen when Biden goes ahead and they hit Iran and their bases or whatever it is in all different places? Do you think the Muslim Brotherhood and all the others, the Houthis, Hezbollah and the rest, and all these people that have allegiance to them, what do you think they're going to do? What do you think is going to happen when Biden hits them with a cyber attack? Do you think they're going to respond with cyber attacks? I do believe the cyber wars have just begun. And again, why are they building this up? Why do they want a cyber war? Because I do believe in the end, what they want to do is they want to postpone the election because they'll realize they will not be able to pull this off this time around. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that a group codenamed Volt Typhoon hacked into hundreds of offices and home office routers to allow the Chinese government to access their data. And the hackers have been targeting U.S. water treatment plants, the power grid, oil and natural gas pipelines, and transportation systems. And what's very interesting is that the FBI shut this down, which means this has been going on for a very long time, which means most likely they have introduced malware or something into the system where they're going to be taking down the infrastructure one way or another. Because remember, this is infiltration from within. Yes, there's a lot of people from Muslim countries coming in. Yes, there are Chinese coming in. And again, they're infiltrating this country for one reason and one reason only, to bring the country down one way or another. So do I think there are things set up? Yes. Do I think we're going to see events here in this country? Yes. Because remember, Trump continually tells us that we're going to World War III. How do you think this war is going to start? You think it's just going to be out, in a far off land, someplace else, out in the desert somewhere? No, the war is going to be here. The war is going to come home. And yes, the deep state players, they're going to have to scare the people as best they possibly can, because what do they want the people to do in the war? They want people to get involved in the war. They want people to join up to the armed forces. They want to draft people into the armed forces. They want the American people fighting. That's what they want in the end. So how do you get the American people fighting? You have to have something happen here in the United States because the American people aren't just going to go along with it. There has to be some attack. Were we attacked on 9/11? Yes, that was an inside job, but they made it look like it was an outside job. So this way, everyone said, yes, let's go get the people out in Afghanistan. The same thing's going to happen now. They're going to attack the United States one way or another. Most likely, it will probably be with a cyber attack. There might be an incoming missile or something, because as we know, North Korea is continually firing missiles. We know that since Biden's prepared and ready to retaliate against Iran, they're most likely going to do something, or one of their factions are going to do something. And we know that this country has been letting in terrorists, and they're all over the place. And Trump has let us know that we are 100% right for a terror attack in this country. And yes, people are going to see this play out. So I do believe the cyber wars have begun. I do believe that the deep state players, they're preparing for war, and this is how they're building up the narrative. And they're also building the narrative for a civil war, because remember, they want chaos leading up to the elections. Think about 2020. We had a virus and we had riots in the same exact year during a presidential election. Think about that for a second. And remember what they did back then. They spent a lot of time, a lot of money. What do you think they're going to do this time around? Well, they're going to make it a lot worse. They want the people to pay. And why? Because they're going along with Trump and they want to punish the people. What do you think they did to January 6ers? They're punishing the people. How dare you go up against us? How dare you reject the elections? Nobody does that to the deep state. And yes, they're making examples of all of these people. This is what a dictator does. This is what a tyrannical government does. We've seen this in the past. Now, we know that they're going to try to cheat. We know that they're going to push whatever disease X, the unknown disease, which they know everything about. They're going to try to push this because, again, they're going to have to try to scare the people any way they possibly can. They might use other events to do this. But again, what do they want to happen in the end? They want the WHO to take complete and utter control. Derek Broze's Daily News put this out and says, WHO warns that pandemic agreement might not be finalized by May 2024, blames conspiracy theories. On Monday, the WHO's Director General Tedros raised concerns that the draft of the pandemic agreement may not be finalized by May of this year as previously agreed. In this informal session, WHO Secretary Tedros fake news, lies, and conspiracy theories for the slow progress on the WHO's pandemic agreement. The IHR working group are operating amidst a torrent of fake news, lies, and conspiracy theories. There are those who claim the pandemic agreement and IHR will cede sovereignty to WHO and give the WHO secretary the power to impose lockdowns or vaccine mandates on countries. This is fake news, Tedros says, and these are all lies. Well, I don't think the people believe that, and I think the people believe that, yes, they will cede control, because what would be the reason for the agreement? Really think about that for a second. And we know they want the WHO to have the ultimate power over all the countries, and they want the WHO to tell everyone what to do, because this was their shortcoming when you look back at COVID. They didn't have complete and utter control, and that's why they're looking for complete and utter control. But I don't believe that this is going to work, and you could see that they're having major problems because people aren't going along with this. Just like people aren't going along with having men in the women's restrooms, or they're not going along with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Right now, the Republican Governor Spencer Cox of Utah signed a bill that bans men from using women's restrooms and locker rooms and creates a legal definition for male and female. Republican Utah Governor Spencer Cox also signed a bill to ban diversity and equity and inclusion departments at public universities and government-funded employers in the state. And yes, this has to be done in every single state. And we could see that their push for racism is completely and utterly falling apart. I mean, look, Mark Cuban got in trouble for this, saying, oh, no, it's diversity. No, it's called racism. It's that simple. Because when you're basing anything on skin color, gender, race, or anything like that, it's racism. I mean, just go back to Dr. Martin Luther King. Isn't this why he had the protests? Isn't this why he continually said, don't judge people on their skin color, judge people on the content of their character? Well, it looks like these people who are racists, they want to go back in time, but it is failing, just like everything else that they've tried. I mean, look at January 6th right now. That entire plan to blame it all on Trump and his supporters is completely and utterly falling apart. Think about what the people have learned. The people have learned that there's over 100 confidential human sources. They've come to learn that people dressed up as Trump supporters. They've come to learn that the deep state players, they completed their insurrection against Trump on January 6th. And the pipe bomber, well, is a government official, most likely part of the Capitol Police. Actually, when this person was walking down the street, the person actually waved to the police. So once again, the pipe bomber is now considered a current government employee. And once again, we can see that this entire operation was orchestrated by the tyrannical government. I mean, really think about what they did here. They created a cheating system on November 3rd. They overthrew the United States government. They overthrew the duly elected president. And then on January 6th, remember, this took over a year to plan, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They staged an insurrection against Trump, but pretended that Trump staged the insurrection against, wait, who was the president? Against himself, Trump? No, it doesn't make sense, does it? They did all of this to cover up what they did on November 3rd. And this is why they downed Trump's Twitter account, because he tweeted out the part where it says go home peacefully. And he was talking to the deep state players, stop the insurrection, go home peacefully. They didn't listen, and they completed the insurrection. This is exactly what the president does when there is an insurrection, which means the military took over. And the deep state players, they had their insurrection. They put in a puppet government, and they've been destroying America since that time. And the people, they see it as clear as day. And think about it. Think about all the people that are doing research. Think about all the people that are now looking into things, trying to figure things out and going and then bypassing the fake news. They're really looking at documentation. They're really looking at information. And you can see the fake news, the deep state players, they don't like this. This is why you're seeing articles, don't think for yourself. Don't research for yourself. Well, actually, if you notice, Q has always told us the opposite. Think for yourself, research for yourself. And the deep state right now is trying to tell you that's bad for you. Patriots Are in Control put this out and said, it's a conspiracy theory morning blitz from the Associated Press. 4 different articles in less than an hour. If you need proof that we are winning the information war, this is it. And here are the articles. Conspiracy theories, why we want to believe when the facts often aren't there. Grave peril of digital conspiracy theories. What happens when no one believes anything anymore? Days of Darkness. How one woman escaped the conspiracy theory trap that has ensnared millions. Secret history. Even before the revolution, America was a nation of conspiracy theorists. So basically what they're really saying, and let me translate this for you, people are learning the truth and now they're afraid. Because now people are learning exactly what's been happening. They understand that they've been lied to. They're doing research on their own, and they're following the money. They're following the documentation. They're following the facts. They're following the truth, and they're no longer listening to the fake news. And the fake news is panicking right now because they don't control the narrative, and it's all falling apart on them. So they're trying to bring the people back, telling them that you're cuckoo crazy if you do your own research and you actually look through the facts. I mean, that should tell you everything you need to know. And I think it does. And I think people understand this now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see that Fani Willis, she was in trouble. We see Nathan Wade, he decided to make a move. He settled his divorce case on the eve of the hearing to avoid testimony on improper relationship with Fani Willis. I wonder who put him up to actually settling. That's interesting. Technofog put this out and said, Fulton County Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade's divorce case has settled. This comes not long after his wife subpoenaed all of his financial records and travel records. It prevents discovery into his finances and potentially ethical issues in what he has purchased Willis. and shuts down Wade's testimony regarding his affair with Willis, which was supposed to occur tomorrow. It also forecloses on the potential that Fulton County DA Fannie Willis would have to testify on the affair and trips, etc. In light of what is going to be made public, Wade opened up his checkbook and gave his soon-to-be ex-wife an offer she couldn't refuse. This, my friends, is what we call leverage. Absolutely. But Fannie Willis, she is getting slapped with 22 articles of impeachment. And what we've come to find out is that Fannie Willis fired a whistleblower who privately warned about misuse of federal funds. So once again, she's not on the up and up. She's part of the criminal syndicate, and that's who they actually bring in. They bring in the criminals to do their dirty work. And yes, they're corrupt. And a whistleblower, remember, privately was warning Fannie Willis in 2021 that her top aide was trying to misuse federal funds. Willis did not dispute the allegations. And 56 days later, Willis fired the whistleblower and perp walked her out of the office. That tells you everything you need to know. Now, Trump, he's getting prepared and ready to appeal the decision by Judge Kaplan. And this is what Trump put out on Truth. He said, I'm in the process, along with my team, of interviewing various law firms to represent me in an appeal of one of the most ridiculous and unfair witch hunts our country has ever seen. The defamation sham presided over by a Clinton-appointed, highly partisan, Trump-hating judge, Lewis Kaplan, who was, together with certain other radical left Democrat judges, one of the most partisan and out-of-control activists that I have ever appeared before. He was a bully who demanded 2 trials rather than 1, denied me due process, would not allow me to put forth vital evidence, of which there was much, and only allowed me to be on the witness stand for minutes, telling my lawyer that what to ask and telling me to only give one-word answers, as his wife and friends sat in cordoned-off front row seats watching with glee. The entire hoax is a disgrace to our American system of justice. Any lawyer who takes the Trump case is either crazy or a true American patriot. I will make my decision soon. And yes, he's going to appeal all of this. But again, the deep state players, they will try to convict him one way or another. And I do believe this is why Nikki Haley is standing by, because something is about to happen. And if it's not a conviction, it's going to be something else. And she's hoping that she will be the next nominee. Now, I do believe this is going to completely and utterly fail, because no matter what they try to do, Trump is going to come out on top. And Rasmussen Reports put this out on X and said the following. Among those who voted for Trump in 2020, 20% say a felony conviction would make them less likely to vote for him in 2024, while 31% say it would make them more likely to vote for Trump again, and 45% say it would make no difference. 31% more minus 20% less equals 11% boost for Trump. So is a conviction going to work? Absolutely not. And remember, the deep state players, they put each phase into place to try to stop Trump. And as each phase fails, they will then introduce the next phase. And it looks like they're already starting to build the narrative for the next phase. And what's very interesting is that a 33-year-old Pennsylvania man has been accused of decapitating a 68-year-old father, a federal government employee, then posting a very disturbing video on YouTube to express his anti-government sentiments. Justin Maughan reportedly committed the ghastly murder. And this is what he said. This is the head of Mike Maughan, a federal employee of over 20 years, and my father. He is now in hell for eternity as a traitor to this country. The sick man said in the first 20 seconds of the gruesome video. It is said, those who commit treason and betray others occupy the lowest pits of hell for all time. The federal government of America has declared war on American citizens and the American states. America is rotting from the inside out as far left woke bombs rampage our once prosperous cities, turning them into lawless zones. And this was a video that was published on YouTube. It was 14 minutes long, and it was there for 6 hours before YouTube deleted it. And in the video, this individual identifies himself as the commander of a nationwide militia group he refers to as Maughan's Militia. This is also the name of the YouTube channel. Now, this person had 15 subscribers and featured a total of 8 videos. So once again, this person had no following, and the FBI knew about this individual. So what are they doing here? I do believe they're building the narrative. Look, it's the Trump supporters. Look, and they actually even use QAnon. Actually, there is no QAnon. There's Q and Anons. But you could see that they're building this up because what are they doing? They're getting prepared for some type of an event. And what's very interesting, and the USA Today put this out there, and this is the headline: paramilitary groups are illegal in 50 states. Will a new federal law stop them? So basically, there's new legislation that is proposed in the House and Senate, and it seeks to outlaw paramilitary activity, including patrolling and drilling. The federal law would add to state laws against the groups often self-described as militias, and this law, which is called the Preventing Private Paramilitary Activity Act, was proposed by Senator Ed Markey from Massachusetts and Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland. It was introduced on a 3-year anniversary of the January 6th insurrection. So let's think about this for a second. Congress is working to pass an anti-militia legislation, making formations of such groups illegal nationwide. So let's see. The feds are parading around as Patriot Front groups. We have a crazy person who's known to the FBI cutting off his father's head because he says he is treasonous. Raskin and Markey just so happen to introduce the Preventing Private Paramilitary Activity Act. And then we have Joe Biden calling Trump supporters extremists and a threat to this country. Remember these tweets? This is October 6, 2020. Unity over division, Biden says. And then fast forward to September 1st, 2022. Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans are a threat to the very soul of this country. So gun control failed. So now they want to make sure that people are not organized. So they're trying to make it illegal. Think about this for a second. Let's go back to post 3656, December 7, 2019. What happens when people don't conform to their rule? What happens when people cannot defend themselves? Why do D's want to abolish the Second Amendment? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. What did the framers of the Constitution fear the most? That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object and vinces are designed to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is the right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. We, the people. So what are they afraid of? I think we're starting to realize this. And when you start to look at what has been happening with Trump, Trump now is in the lead. The deep state players now are panicking. Trump right now is crushing Biden on the two most important issues in the swing states, immigration and economy. And Trump, he put out all these polls. Trump beats Crooked Joe in Wisconsin 49-44. Trump beats Crooked Joe in Pennsylvania 48-45. Trump beats Crooked Joe in North Carolina 49-39. Trump beats Crooked Joe in Nevada 48-40. Trump beats Crooked Joe in Michigan 47-42. Trump beats Crooked Joe in Georgia 49-41. Trump beats Crooked Joe in Arizona 47-44. I think that tells you everything you need to know. And you can see that the deep state players, they are going to be panicking over all of this because they're going to start to realize that they will not have the ability to cheat in the next election like they did in 2020. Plus, I don't believe Trump and the Patriots are going to allow them to do what they did in 2020. 2020 was very, very different because they needed to have their resident in place. They needed to capture what they were trying to do. But this time around, I do believe it's going to be very, very different. And Trump and the Patriots are leading them down a completely different path. Remember, both sides have internal polls. They know how many votes they actually need. And they know that Trump, he has the people with him. They knew back in 2020. That's why they stopped the election, because they realized he had the people. They needed to produce the ballots to make up the people. This time around, they could try stopping the elections, but they're going to need so many more ballots. It's absolutely ridiculous because think about Biden's poll numbers right now. They're down in the dirt, and it's getting worse and worse as time goes on. Even if they bring in a change of batter, it will look okay in the very, very beginning. But I do believe as information comes out against Michelle, against Barack, this is when it's going to start to break down, and they will not have the people with them, which means they're going to have to take this to the next level. And I do believe this is when they're going to use war. This is when they're going to use cyber attacks. And remember, everything that we're witnessing right now, it's not for the people that are awake right now. It's for everyone else. Actually, Clandestine explains it. If you are awake, the rest of the ride is not for you. You already know that the border is insecure. Biden is a meat puppet. Ukraine is money laundering scheme. C-19 was man-made. Washington is corrupt, etc. The next 9 months are about waking up those who are still asleep. And he's absolutely right. Because remember, these people are in a deep slumber. These people need to be slapped awake. And the only way to slap them awake is to actually push fear. And that's exactly what the deep state's going to do. And it's going to work against them because it's going to wake people up. And the people, they're going to see the difference between a group that is bringing them to war and Trump and his team bringing them to peace. And I do believe in the end, once these people wake up, once the people see what's going on, they're going to make a completely different decision. Actually, yes, it's going to get very dark. Yes, it's going to get very scary. Yes, the deep state players, they're going to pull out all the stops. They're going to make it look as real as possible. Yes, you might even see a missile heading towards the United States, or there might be an event inside this country, and there might be a cyber attack to make everyone believe that we're heading to war. I mean, think about what they did with COVID. They actually had 5 governors throw 6 sick people into nursing homes and kill the people in the nursing homes. Think about this for a second. Think about what they did to this country. Do you think if they're fighting for their lives and they know that if they lose, they go to prison, you don't think they will pull out all the stops this time around? Absolutely they will. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're counting on it because, again, they're leading them down this path. This time, it's very, very different. This time, the Patriots, they're not going to let this one go. They're not going to let them cheat, which means the people are going to get their vote. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. That was X22. Now, that was yesterday's X22. That is not today's. Today's is actually, I believe, just being released right about now. Let me look and see real quick. Yeah, part A has been released already. Part B will be ready later on. And we may get to that. I'm not positive. I'm conserving on fuel, so I'm trying to make sure I get in the important ones as quickly as possible to make sure that we are on the go.
Where we discuss the wonderful truth about.
All right, Melissa Red Pill is up next. Let's get her banner up there. There we go, and let's jump into this.
10 times. Join me, Melissa Red Pill the World, and the Freedom Force Battalion.
Good morning, Patriots. I hope you are having a great day. We're going to have a great time to get together. Lots of really fun things that President Trump has posted, and I'm going to show you all about it. If you're new here, we look at the current events in the light of God's word, because everybody say it with me. This is biblical, what we are experiencing. It's very amazing what we're experiencing. We live to see this day, the day when our enemies are taken down, and we are going to enter into 1,000 years of peace. This is what the Bible has told us. We just didn't get it because we were so brainwashed.
Kristen, that's that's the thing. And thank you for that comment. That's actually, to me, that's like that's a huge comment for me, and I appreciate that very much. You have no idea how much. It's there's quite a few over on the YouTube side here. So on Facebook side we only have 9 people watching, but on the YouTube side we have 172 173 people on this side. So if you wanted to join the chat on this side of this, this is, I'm going to put the channel up on the screen for a second here. But yeah, what you stated, it is the point that I've been trying to, share with a lot of other people as to why I do this. It's one-stop shopping. All of the people who were bounced off of Facebook and YouTube, I bring them all on, and I take and run all of them back to back. And I try to do that each time I do a podcast, because this way here, then you're getting all of those contributors all in one spot. You get to start a conversation, be able to finish a conversation, get ideas, and you can share pitfalls, and you can share uplifting things, and it's great to have that camaraderie. It's important to be able to have that, so the community of viewers are getting all of these different podcasters in one spot. They can start a conversation now and end up talking about the same damn thing for 3 hours, and they don't have to, try and find each other in another chat. That's why I go for such long hours. But Melissa Red Pill, X22, and we know Melissa Red Pill, SGT Report, Space Shot, especially the Table of Titans. That is actually one of my favorite to share with everybody, because of how much research they bring it right on to the table, like Dave does. Dave Snedeker does. Brings all that research right onto the table, showing you where they're locating this information, so you can begin to dive in those spots and be able to it's oh, you hear a lighter. Yeah, I do that quite a bit. I am a medical cannabis user, so yes, I do. I do spark a lighter quite often. But it's the idea of all of that put together as one. And when we get all these different podcasters and we have all their different purviews or perspectives, then we kind of get to pick out the information that we can confirm, and the things that we can't quite confirm yet, we can register those, but we don't have to sink our teeth into it yet. It's the idea of having it laid out bit by bit by bit, and then each of them in their own way has their own connection to the cue boards. That's one of the big things that I like, is that little connection that they have with the boards. They all follow them and they do the research and things like that. But the thing is that that's not their only focus. They want to give you a more wider variety of news. Now, in Melissa's case, she brings more of the Word of God, into the picture. LT, he's that geopolitical, doesn't really get into the financial sector too much, except for when he brings Dr. Kirk on the weekends. And then the rest of it is, his personal perspective as a dad, and as a Christian trying to raise his kids, in the Word of God and things like that. And I think that that's totally awesome, So, and me, myself, I don't sit on the fence. I'm either on one side of the fence or the other. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Now is the time where we have to pick what side we're really on, because God is watching us. God absolutely is watching us, and he wants to know who wants to learn more. He wants to know that who's craving to learn more, who's craving to learn how to make our connection with him more solidified, and feel, each time we get a step closer to God, okay, something changes in each of us, and that is like, it's like, you remember the old game that a lot of us played when we were kids? It was Mother May I, so somebody would be sitting, say for instance, you're playing it on your front stoop and front walk, staircase and stuff like that, right? Okay. And the mother would be sitting on the step, and you guys would start at a certain level on the sidewalk walking up to the steps, and it's, Mother, may I make 2 steps forward? And she either says yes or no, or maybe you have to perform a task in order to do it, but there's that sense of accomplishment each time you get closer with the Mother May I. In this case here, it's Father, may I learn a little bit more about you today so I can be yet another step closer, because we all fall short of the glory of God. We're all sinners. No answers what's about it. Okay. Our way of life today is not the way of life that was figured into the establishment of the human race on this earth. Okay. That's it. How we're living today is not how God perceived us or wanted us to be, so the closer we get to him, the closer we get to establish our relationship with his son, and through that relationship our steps become mighty. And when driven with that mighty, awesome steps forward, we're also humbled and aware that we need not go alone. Our objective is to bring as many with us on those steps as we possibly can. And I'm going to shut up now and get back to Melissa Red Pill. Here we go.
Anyway, so here's my website, freedomforce.live, freedomforce.live. Live. We're going to live, and we're going to live free. So I have tons and tons of videos on there. So if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll see all the menu options right here, and you can click right on video playlist categories, and you'll see all the categories of videos, literally 1,000 videos over on the website freedomforce.live to help you to see just all kinds of information about President Trump, about Revelation, about all that end times, about the biblical astronomy, which has been hidden from us, much like what the wise men used to see the Bethlehem star. All this over here, you can just search a keyword and find what you want. And these are my books, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace is the truth about end times. It's the end times for them. Everybody say it with me. The end times for them and 1,000 years of peace for us. All right, let's get started. So this, it's so funny. This guy, Mr. Ramirez, I think, or Garcia, maybe it's Garcia. He's talking about the border, and it's just so funny because now we've got memes out, and so this is something funny to share. Yeah, Trump and the MAGA border solutions, the moat with the alligator and all this. So check it out. This is what happened yesterday. So this is kind of hot news. All right, so for some reason it's just not loud enough, but anyway, so that's okay. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know why I'm not getting some good sound for you guys, but anyway, the point is, this guy is saying that we're going to have President Trump is going to do that. That's how he's going to secure the border is through a moat and alligators. Okay, so this is the thing. Come on, dude. Is that what President Trump did back in the day? Is that how he did it? Of course not. He had the bill, the border secure, using the laws on the books as they are. And so one of the things he just came out with last night, yesterday, he said, call this border bill, maybe it was this morning. The days and nights start running together, don't they? The border bill, he said, call it the stupid bill. I just posted that on my social media. So definitely go on to freedomforce.live and go to the social media. Definitely follow over there on our social media and share this stuff out like your hair's on fire, because he posted, call it the stupid bill. We're not calling it a border bill because it has nothing to do with the border. It's a way that they can bring in more and more and more people. And I mean, we can't even afford, people can't even have jobs as it is. Or not, we don't need any more things to compete with the jobs and all the expenses, just on and on it goes. Anyway, he just posted that. He said, call it the stupid bill. So that's what we're going to call it, the stupid bill. Yeah, and this is the Trump MAGA border solution. So funny. These people have, the Trump derangement syndrome is real. It is real. These people are flipping out. Okay, here's the next thing I want you to see. Okay, actually, let me show you this. This was something that was posted by this patriot, Scotty Martin. I share a lot of his videos because he's got a lot of great insight and sees a lot of posts. And so here it says, post 326, it says false flags, POTUS 100% insulated, expect fireworks, justice. And then look what happened. President Trump just posted justice in America. Justice, save justice in America, because he's talking about, the court system. He's been going through all this. The court system is so screwed up, so horrible. He's saying it'll have saved the justice system in America. But I didn't even realize when I posted this last night that he had posted it at 11. 11. How cool is that? That is not a coincidence, you guys. That is what President Trump is sending us a message. And 11:11, if you're new on this, 11:11, a lot of people see 11:11. They see it on their phone, on their clock, on their, every time that whatever, they see 11:11. And this is the Great Awakening number. 11:11 is the Great Awakening number. And I'll show you why that's the case. It's the symbolic number for all of humanity waking up to who has been doing all these evil deeds all over the world. That's what basically, you name it, we know who is at the who's causing all these things. And that's what 11:11 represents. So, okay, I'm going to show you. Here is the verse 11:11 in the book of Revelation. This is the chapter about the two witnesses. And I'm telling you, this is the very all of Revelation. They've taken and they've seeded everyone's thoughts to believe certain things. But when I started to be able to piece it together, once I realized who our enemy was, and that this enemy, this gigantic mafia international crime ring, is the beast of Revelation, and they control all the politicians, they've controlled all the wars, they've controlled all the diseases, they've controlled all these things. As soon as I began to realize that, it just, all of Revelation fell into place. And Revelation 11:11 is one of my absolute favorite verses in the entire Bible. It says, after 3.5 days, God breathed life into them, and they stood up. You guys, those of you who've been here know what that verse is about. It says that God breathed life into us. The only reason we're awake, the only reason we've got, Brighteon's jumping on it to help get this truth out. The only reason you are sharing, like, your hair's on fire every day. The only reason I've done 1,000 videos, I've never done such a thing before, ever. The only reason we've got this amazing MAGA movement is because God breathed life into us. There's no doubt about it. And what's so cool is you have people who are in this movement who maybe don't even necessarily claim Christ as their savior. They don't necessarily, they've been brainwashed into thinking that whatever about Christ, whether it's a different religion or whatever. The point is, God knows those who love him from their heart, even though they might be confused about certain things. They love him, and they're fighting for humanity, fighting for righteousness to be instituted in the earth. And so God breathed life into them at this moment in time that we are so blessed to live in. And so we stood up. We're standing up. We're speaking out. We're not sitting down. We're not backing off. We're not shutting up. We are pushing every bit of truth out there that we can, however we can muster. And like I said, I'm so thankful for Bridie on how they are working so tirelessly to get this truth out there. So just pray for them and also support them over on BridieOnStore.com. Everybody needs to make sure that you take care of your health. They have amazing products. Go to freedomforce.live. Let me go take you back. Freedomforce.live. Go to the health links page, and you will see you've got a detox. You've got to use all these healthy products. Go to Bridie on Store. Go use that link right there. I think you can use the promo code Melly and save like 10%. So definitely check into that. Thank you so much, Bridie, for everything you do. All right, so I want you to see that amazing verse. Let me see if I'm, yeah. So it says, and terror struck all who were staring at them. Who is in terror right now? These people, this guy with the moat, they're so in terror right now because they are so afraid that we are onto them. I got to tell you this. I just heard Kamala saying, oh, well, it's better that we rehabilitate. We have to give people the opportunity to be rehabilitated. I don't think she's worried one little bit about people who are in prison right now. She doesn't care anything about them. She's talking about herself. She said, whenever they get caught and they get thrown into Gitmo, you have to give us a chance to be rehabilitated. Guess what? No, because these people, we see if you give them an inch, they'll take 1,000,000 miles. They will go on, and they will control humanity, and they will destroy humanity. And we can never, ever, ever let them out again, ever. This is what it talks about in the book of Revelation, chapter 19. It says that they're cast into the abyss, and they'll never come out again. Okay, this is in the latter part of Revelation 19. I have that all on my website on the videos. So take the time to go and make sure you understand that. Oh, and also the books are all on Amazon for $2.99. Yeah, so you can go and check out the books right on these right here. They are on Amazon, and I have the audiobooks if you prefer to listen to them as you drive to work or whatever. These books right here are on audiobooks, and I actually have this right here. And I actually have them in Spanish, and soon we'll have the Spanish audiobook too. All right, so I want you to see that. And okay, he said save justice. Now, did you notice it says 326, right? Right here it says 326. All right. And see, he says justice, and then he posted justice. Well, what is 326? I want you to see that 326, as in March 26th, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't have any inside information. There's so many patriots that for years they've said, oh, this is going to happen on this day. And for sure, I've got inside information, and it hasn't happened. I'm not having any inside information. I don't. I'm just a lady with a laptop, and I'm just piecing this together just like all of us are, and praying for God to guide us and to support us and to protect us through all this craziness. But 326, March 26th is the day after Purim. Interesting. Purim, if you're not familiar, again, you can go on my website, freedomforce.live, and you can listen back to the videos. Just search Purim, Purim. Purim is the celebration of destroying God's enemies. Quite a celebration, right? Purim is when this hateful Haman had the king Xerxes make an edict for all of God's people to be killed. That was the edict that was sent out. And that's what we're at. Remember I was showing you this book right here, that 17 Bible stories being fulfilled before our very eyes? That's one of the stories, is the story of Purim, the story of Esther, and how there was an edict to have all of the Israelites in all the known world be destroyed. Well, that's what's happened to us. They have an edict out to kill all of us or enslave us, to destroy us one way or the other. And so this verse, that was not what I was. So where was I? I'm going back and forth. All right. So in this story about what really happened back in the day with Esther was that the Lord answered their prayers and saved them not by stopping the massacre, but by giving them the ability to fight back. They were able to create weapons and to fight back, and they ended up destroying their enemies. This is the celebration of Purim. This is the celebration of of all the celebrations we have in the Hebrew festivals. You've got the Feast of First Fruits. You've got the Day of Atonement. You've got, in the fall, you've got the Feast of Tabernacles. All these celebrations. This celebration, the Day of Purim, the Feast of Purim, is the day you celebrate the destruction of your enemies. So I'm just saying, it would make sense to me that these people would be destroyed on that day. Now, there's another one about when all the debts are canceled. That's actually the Day of Atonement, okay, back in the fall. But the day of the destruction of the enemies is Purim. I find that very interesting that this post is 326, 326 right there. So we will see. And then President Trump, just posts Save Justice in America on 11/11. Very interesting. Very interesting. We will see. There's another thing, if you're new here, you might not be aware of this right here. This is the sign of the Son of Man. The Lord Jesus told us to watch for the sign of the Son of Man. He says, when you see the sign of the Son of Man, you'll see the Son of Man coming in power. All the earth will mourn, and he will send forth his angels with a mighty trumpet blast to gather his chosen ones from the four corners of the earth. That's you. That's you at Brighteon. That's you in the Freedom Force Battalion. That's all of us who've been joined together in this epic battle, this birthing of this new kingdom on earth. And so this also is called the woman in labor. It's from Revelation 12:1-2. There appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars, and she being with child cried, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. This sign happened September 23rd, 2017. And exactly as a clockwork, so the stars are like a heavenly clock. As soon as that happened, we started to wake up. That was what happened. And Pew started, 17 started posting a month later, right after that, October 2017. And so actually the day that this actually started was the day Jupiter entered into her womb and did a loop in her womb. I have videos on my website, freedomforce.live, where you can go and see this. Just search Revelation 12 or so September 23rd sign or whatever, one of those, and you'll find it. But this actually Jupiter, which is Melchizedek, the eternal king and priest, entered into her womb, so to speak, was there for 42 weeks, which is a gestation period, and it entered on the day President Trump was elected. This is biblical. This is so biblical. It's not even funny. All right, so I want you to see all those cool little coincidences. We love coincidences because there are no coincidences. God has this all in control, and if we can just have the eyes to see, Lord, give us the eyes to see. All right, this is another thing that came from that Scotty Martin video. It's President Trump's plan to take down the cartels. I know this is super, super small. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger so you can see, read this. This is his plan to take down these cabal, the cabal. That is what we're doing. We're taking down these cartels, these ones who, and you think of sometimes the cartel as those who are trafficking the children and the drugs across the border and controlling Mexico. But they're just an arm of the cabal. They are doing the bidding of the cabal. All this money is going straight into the coffers of the cabal. Okay, they're all part of it. You've got the cartel, those that we think of as the cartel. You've got the politicians, you've got the judges, you've got the CEOs, all these people at the top who can buy and sell and make money and be in power and all that. Those are the ones who President Trump is going to be taking down. But specifically, as far as the cartel on the Mexican U.S. border, he says he'll restore all the Trump policies, the border policies, and fully secure the border. He'll impose a total naval embargo on cartels. You could actually replace that with cabal, where they can't buy or sell. Instead of us not being able to buy or sell, and them being able to be wealthy and fabulously powerful and all that there'll be an embargo on them. They won't be able to move. They won't be able to access their bank accounts. They won't be able to buy or sell. It'll be switched over. They will order the DoD, the Department of Defense, to inflict maximum damage on cartel leadership and operations. How about that? How about that? Maximum damage on cartel leadership and operations, as in Gitmo, as in you will not get out of jail free card. You have to relinquish your get out of jail free card, and anywhere you go, you will not be able to run. You will not be able to hide. And last week, as you know, The Hague came down saying that Israel had to stop the genocide in Gaza, and so it said that there will be punishment for crimes against humanity. So this is all coming together at this very, very important time. He'll designate the cartels as a foreign terrorist organization. There you go. They're the ones designated, not us. We're trying to save our country and our children and our grandchildren. These cartels, the cabal, is a foreign terrorist organization. He will choke off their access to global financial system. No more doing all these trades and leaving the American people out and leaving all the regular people out, not just Americans, but people all over the world who are there's the haves and the have-nots. That's over. He will get full cooperation of neighboring governments to dismantle cartels. This is really the takedown of the cabal. Y'all see it? Y'all see it? It's not just, think bigger. Think bigger. He's saying the plan right in front of us, right? Isn't that cool? All right, so I want you to see that. And so it also says, this is Entheos. I think this is his Twitter. Entheos Shines, ENTHEOS SHINES. Okay, it says, Intel alert, President Trump is putting together a plan to completely annihilate the Mexican drug cartels, their leadership, who's in control of them, right? The cabal, and their influence in a similar way that he did ISIS in 2017 and 2018. Remember how it was over? ISIS was over. Possible use of the War Powers Act. If it happens, look for him to address the nation. Okay, thank you, Entheos, for connecting that. Yeah, he will, I'm ready. Who's ready? I know you are. I know we all are.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Okay. Another thing that's been big in the news lately is this ARC thing. Have you guys heard about this? Okay, so supposedly, I don't doubt this picture. I think this is somehow this picture is actually James O'Keefe has posted this picture on his Twitter. It says, but look at the wording. Okay, so it's basically James O'Keefe supposedly standing beside the Ark of the Covenant. They say this is a perfect replicant. I don't know who wrote this, but it's not a replicant. You might have a replica, but not a replicant. So this is a replicant is a what do you call it? Like a robot. Okay, replicant is not the same as replica. Anyway, it says a perfect replicant of the Ark. I'm not saying that James O'Keefe posted this. Someone else posted this picture, and he has actually reposted it and responded, just saying, "Hey, what's this about?" Basically, they say a perfect replicant of the Ark of the Covenant. Again, they're spelling Ark A-R-C, which is A-R-K. So very interesting. 2,700 hours of labor, 6 pounds of gold. All right, and bottom line, this is not the real Ark. First of all, because the real Ark of the Covenant, it's only allowed to be in the Holy of Holies in the temple. And it's been removed from there by Jeremiah to be kept in safekeeping. I strongly believe that the Ark of the Covenant is underneath. Are you ready? You want me to tell you where it is? It's underneath the place where our Lord Jesus was crucified. The point of the ark is that it's a mercy seat right here, right here. The angels would not be sitting on the mercy seat. This is for the splattering of the blood. They would use the blood of the bulls and goats for years to splatter onto the I think on the right side of the ark. And so that was the whole point. This mercy seat is where blood is the payment for sin. Blood is the payment for sin, but not just any blood. We need the blood of Christ, the perfect blood of Christ, who is the only one who could die for humanity. And it has to be paid at the payment counter. The payment counter right here. It was paid, and then this was moved by Jeremiah hundreds of years later when Nebuchadnezzar came in and sacked Jerusalem. He moved it into these catacombs, and it landed right above where our Lord Jesus was crucified. This was in the amazing plan of the Lord for this to happen. And so the blood ran down and it went onto, I believe it was the left side of the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant. This is what the Ark looks like. This is what it looks like. Not this. This is a fake Ark. See how they have the angels at the top? No, that's not what it is. This was found by Ron Wyatt. Many of you know the story. Many of you have seen the video. But if you haven't seen it, go over to my Red Pill of the World and look up the Ark of the Covenant was found. Must see 12-10-23. It's also on freedomforce.live. You can do a search on freedomforce.live and you can see it. And the reason I know that this one is not real, this one right here is not real. There's that, and also you cannot touch it or you would die. It can only be in the Holy of Holies for the priests to go and sprinkle the blood on there one time a year. They could only go in one time a year. You could never see it or you would die. The Ark of the Covenant, this is maybe a replica. I don't even know. That's not the real replica. Okay. Anyway. So I want you to see the reason for that is in the book of Exodus. If you look right here, it says, I will make an atonement cover. I'm sorry, you will make an atonement cover of pure gold. All right, so this is in Exodus chapter 25, verse 17. You will make an atonement cover of pure gold, 2.5 cubits its length, and 1.5 cubits its width. And you will make 2 cherubim, 2 angels of gold. You'll make them of hammered work at the 2 ends of the atonement cover. At the 2 ends of the atonement cover. I'm going to say it one more time. At the 2 ends of the atonement cover. That's in verse 18. And make 1 cherub at one end and 1 cherub at the other end of the atonement cover. And you will make the cherubim on its 2 ends. On the 2 ends, not on top, not sitting on the mercy seat. That's not what it said. He says you'll make 2 cherubim on the ends. On the ends, right there. On the ends. There on the ends. Let me read it one more time so you can hear it again, because they've seed our thoughts that that's this is what it's supposed to look like, and that's not accurate. You will make 2 cherubim of gold, and you will make them of hammered work at the 2 ends of the atonement cover, and make 1 cherub at one end and 1 cherub at the other end of the atonement cover, and you will make the cherubim on its 2 ends. You'll make the cherubim on the 2 ends. This is what Ron Wyatt found. If you haven't seen those, I have all the links over on freedomforce.live so you can watch that. It's the history of how he found it. It's quite the amazing story. I talk about it in this book, in this video. The Ark was found. The Ark of the Covenant was found. So I want you to see that. So yeah, there's so many things that come out online, and it's just so much of it is misinformation. But if you compare this verse 25, verse 19, you will see they all say the same thing, whether it's whatever version. Place 1 cherub on one end and 1 cherub at the other end. You're going to make the cherubim at the 2 ends of the mercy seat and of one piece with it. Okay, here's the book of Jubilees. Make 1 cherub on one end and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the seat of reconciliation. Reconciliation is where you settle up the score. Okay, so we put all of our sins on there, and Jesus puts his blood on there that pays for the sin. That's the reconciliation. So our debt is paid. You shall make the cherubim on the two ends thereof. So you basically, that's one of the cool things about BibleGateway.com is you can compare the different versions. People ask me, which version do you read? And most of the time I read the NLT version when I'm sharing verses with you guys. I like it because it's just I don't get tangled up in all the flowery language. What I have found is that sometimes the King James is off. I just shared that like one video ago. And also I find sometimes that the NLT is doesn't really capture the real essence of the verse. That's what's so great to compare versions. Okay. And it takes time. And that's what's so, I'm really so thankful that the Lord has had me in his word for so many years so that I have a comfortability when in God's word. I'm so glad you're here so that you're hearing more and more of God's word and so that you're able to become more familiar with it. This is the verse, in this book right here, I go read giant swaths of the minor prophets like Habakkuk and Joel and Zephaniah and Haggai and all these other with Malachi and Micah. And they were telling us of this day, of this beautiful day in the future when we would wake up, we would destroy our enemies, and we would have peace on earth. They told us, and that's why we didn't hear much about the minor prophets in church, because the cabal took over and they said they didn't want anyone to focus on those. They just had us, focus on other things. Anyway, all right. So it's the whole Word of God is important, not just not just the simple stuff. All right. So now one of the other things I wanted to show you guys is I found this by Test Dummy. Test Dummy says everyone must watch this. So check this out. This guy has a channel, and he took it upon himself to go down to the border and videotape the border, and he's showing you what it looks like down there. And so he says you can go yourself. Now, to be honest, I haven't heard very much about the truckers. I need to go in and look and see about some the truckers, if what's going on with them coming from Virginia all across I-10 westbound. I don't know. I'm going to go and see. But bottom line, this is what you're going to see if you go down there. I have gotten myself entangled in a huge project. I can see the finish line, but I've been there like 8 hours a day. If you're wondering, where's Nellie during the day? That's where I'm working on something that the Lord told me to do. And we just have to follow through when he tells us to do something. And so that's what I'm doing. Anyway, so when I see the finish line, so I'm hopefully going to be done soon. Anyway, so check this out. Can you guys hear that? Can you hear that? Okay. All right. So I'm just going to tell you what is going on, since if you can't hear it. All right. So he is driving along the right along clearly where the border wall is that President Trump put up, and they're acting like the whole thing is open, but it's not. He's going to come up here in just a few minutes, so just a few seconds. He's going to come up to an area that is absolutely open, and there are no border guards at these locations. And you're going to see that someone could just walk right on through. Let's see if I can get to that one. Here it is. Here he is coming up. He's saying, where is the border guard? And the gate is wide open. And there's no televisions. There's no, nothing going on there. And actually, no one's even coming across, which is so strange. And, the videos that they have, it just seems very staged. That's what he's saying, is that these videos that come that they have is like when people are trying to push through and they're trying to cause this. It sounds like they're trying to foment civil war, and then flip us out. And he is saying, don't buy into anything you hear on the mainstream media. The media is the enemy of the people. They're trying to get us to foment a war, a civil war. I'm telling you, it's not enough that we got a war in Ukraine. It's not enough there's a war with Israel attacking Gaza. It's not enough that they want to have a war with Iran. They got to start a war at the southern border. That's what he was saying. And look at this. Look at what's going on. There's not even anyone coming across at this point. It's wide open. So a lot of what we see on the news is very staged, is what he's saying. All right. So because he was showing earlier, this guy right here, he was showing. Let me see if I can find it again. Okay, here's another gate where you have these border patrol, and they are loaded for bear. They got serious firepower right there, and they are protecting that area. But then a half a mile, he says, from that area, you see this is wide open. It's crazy. Yeah. So I thought that was great. I think it was important for us to see that. And I shared this on the social media so you can share it with others. Okay. All right. So then today or last night, maybe it was late last night, the House committee voted to impeach Biden. I'm sorry, not Biden. Sorry. Repeat. Impeach Biden's Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, which, he's not worried about it. Right. And the bottom line is this is the thing. Let's say they even do it. Let's say they get rid of him. They're probably going to have another one just like him coming up. All right. So I want you to see that. Let me see if I can figure out what time it was last night. They were talking about they voted to advance. Let's see what time it was. It was at 12:26 a.m. Finally, I didn't stay up for it like New Year's. 12:26 a.m. last night, or early this morning, they voted to do that. Let me see if I can play that. Oh, it's not going to play the volume. All right, so that's okay. All right, so I want you to see that is happening. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have to figure out how to get this. I want you guys to hear this. This is super important. Let me see if I can figure out how to get my sound to cooperate with me. Let me see if I can do. Let's see if I can figure out. Bear with me real quick. I'm going to see if I can figure this out. The sound webcam settings. Let me see if I can do this because I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this portion, and it's not working. Maybe I have to disable the screen share. Okay, let's try this, guys. Okay, share the screen. There we go. How about this? Okay, maybe let's just see if this is going to work now for us. Okay. Okay. All right. Hopefully we're going to be able to hear this now. I want you to see if you can hear it now. This is Fani Willis in a conversation with a whistleblower. This is from way back in 2021. And I want you, let's see if you're going to hear the sound.
What is the sentence mean?
All right, now we got this working. Yay, praise the Lord. All right, so let me give you a little history on this. Fani Willis has an employee. I don't have her name, but Andrew Kerr, Kerr of North Carolina, shared this. And so this is now out for us to be able to share. I just posted it on social media this morning. So this woman was trying to do the right thing, because she knew she did this grant, and the grant was for certain things that they could spend the money on. Well, so she's working in this organization in the government, and she tells them when they get the money, they're saying, "Oh, we're going to buy travel, we're going to do this, we're going to live at large." And she says, "We can't do that. That's not in the grant. We're not allowed to use it for that. We're only allowed to use it for these items." And he told her that she would just need to sit down and hush, and he was going to do what he wanted to do. And so she went to Fani Willis, which was her supervisor, and told this to Fani Willis. Well, Fani Willis said, "Oh, well, that's just terrible. And he doesn't have my ear. And I appreciate you coming forward," basically is the conversation. And then a month late, 56 days later, Fani Willis, who is finally getting her comeuppance, praise the Lord. I'm ready for all of them to get their comeuppance. She fired this whistleblower. She fired her and perp walked her out of the office 56 days later. This is what happened. This girl has an audio of the conversation. Somehow or another, someone had an audio of it, and it's been shared, and now it's going I just pray it'll go viral, because this is the kind of thing, whenever you stand up for what's right, I'm sure many of you have done the same thing. You stood up for what's right in one place or another, in one organization or another, at your job, whatever, and then you got lambasted. How many times has that happened to us? You stand up for what's right, and they have a concerted effort to destroy you. It's happened to many of us many times. Yeah, not just now. We're used to that, unfortunately, and we've all been banned and we've been berated and lambasted, just like this woman. I want you to hear this. This is really amazing audio footage.
Once I told him about his, respectfully and in an email, about his lack of leadership and the fact that he wanted to do things with grants that were impossible. And I kept telling him, like, we can't do that, and questioning stuff. He would take me off projects, tell people I wasn't doing what I was supposed to because I questioned him. Because I understood, I helped write that grant. I knew what was in that grant. He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're going to get MacBooks, we're going to do that, we're going to get swag, we're going to use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned Junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county, all this. Took me off Junior DA. I did not want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him. Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing. Period.
You see, it's Timpson. Let me see her name. Amanda Timpson. You can tell by the sound of her voice that she's just been trying to do the right thing and she keeps getting railroaded. So evil. So evil. And this is what we've all been up against for years, for millennia. Anyone who stands up to do the right thing, and then this is what happens.
I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing. Period.
So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you and Mr. Cuffey were not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. I want you to really listen to the words I'm saying.
Cuffey, and this is my personal opinion, to one woman to another, is dangerous to your administration. He tells people, when I reached out to you, he told me, oh, you think your word is safe? And exactly when you reached out to Miss Willis, she called me and told me, she tell me everything. So once you reach out to her, she's going to reach back out to me. So I didn't even go to HR.
Did you hear this? Did y'all hear that? He had told her, to Miss Cuffey, Miss Timpson, that whenever she, Miss Timpson, went to Cuffey and told this, that he shouldn't be doing this, he said, yeah, I know you told on me to Miss Willis. She told me exactly what you did, that you told on me. You think you can trust Miss Willis, is basically what he's saying, because you can't trust Miss Willis, Miss Fonnie Willis, because she came directly and told me. Yeah. And so this poor girl trying to do the right thing in a den of thieves.
He put Dexter's name on my PDP, and I didn't even feel safe going to anybody.
Can I tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
I had 3 supervisors that had failed in this building. What's interesting to me, because I'm in a learning curve too, they each pretend to have a relationship with me that they do not have. Mm-hmm. I guess that's an intimidation tactic. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry that you felt that way, but Dexter certainly don't have no relationship with Michael Cuffey. You were safe to go those places.
This woman is a liar from way back. This is evidence of it. You cannot trust one word out of her mouth. She's an accomplished liar. She's been practiced in it for years. This is not her first rodeo. They've selected her for this position because she has lied and lied and lied, and she's good at it. She gets out of all kinds of snafus. You see what she's saying. Oh, I don't disagree with your assessment, and you listen very carefully to my words, and you can't. Some of these people have failed in the field. She's just telling this girl what she wants to hear to give someone hope. This is evil, using her position. That's why she's given that position. That's the whole point that I always talk about, is these people in these positions because they're willing to do and say, and they love liars. They love people who are sneaky and conniving and tricky and all this. So awful. So awful. I wanted you to hear that. I wanted you to see that. What was going on? That video, that audio that just came out. Very glad for that. Everyone needs to see it. Everyone needs to understand who these people are. They're all like that. Not just Fonnie. All of them. You can't trust a word out of their mouth. Not a word. They have sold their soul. All right. So this just came out this morning. You've got to hear this. This is what I talk about a lot about, people, like I was just talking about this past week, the Alzheimer's. What is causing this Alzheimer's? What is causing it? They're coming out on the news saying it's because these people were given back in the 50s. They were given these hormone treatments, and these hormone treatments kicked in all these years later, and now these people have Alzheimer's. First of all, this is an admission that the AMA does these science experiments basically on people to give them some kind of shot that has a negative reaction on them. And what they're going to say is, well, you can't hold anyone accountable in the 50s because they're already dead and gone. Okay. Or you can't hold, this is just a medical practice. We're practicing medicine. We don't know that this is going to happen. We would never know for sure that this is going to happen. You see what I'm saying? That's what they would say. This is what they're saying about Alzheimer's. But I want you to catch it. When I was listening to it, I'm like, what? He calls it, that this caused a disease called Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. I think he called it Hakab. And I'm like, wait a minute, Hakab, that is the way that it is. I think it says it's pronounced in Hebrew, but it's Jacob. So you have to listen sometimes very, very carefully. I'm like, wait, what is he calling this? It's a Jacob disease. What is that about? Because as you know, I've said this many times. I have tons of videos on my website about this. It's very important. And my time's running out, so I'm going to try to say it quickly. Is that in both First Peter and in James, he says that they were writing the letter to the scattered or dispersed tribes of Israel. I go into in the video playlist called The Tribes of Israel, the Lost Tribes of Israel. You'll see that the tribe of Zebulun moved here, and the tribe of Issachar moved here, and the tribe of Judah moved mostly into England, the British Isles, and how they moved all around the world, scattered like seeds all around the world. And Manasseh, many of us are the tribe of Manasseh here in America, have gone all over, and I show how you can determine a lot of times by the flags, the heraldry. Anyway, the point is, and they called the tribe of Jacob back in the day when our forefathers came over to America, many of them were called Jacobites from the line of Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. That's why it's so important to understand this and piece this all together. So they named this disease Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. What does that mean? Why do they call it that? Because they're saying we are trying to destroy the mental capacity of the Jacobites, of those who are of the tribe of Jacob. They're not really a tribe. A tribe is in the Israelites, all of God's people. And it's not about physical progeny. Don't think of bloodline. Think of faith, that all those who love God all over the world are Israel. We're Israelites by faith, not as much by ethnicity or by blood. But yes, the God's people spread out throughout all the world. All right. And how do you know if someone is a true Israelite? Is by their actions. How much I love thee, my actions will show. Did you sing that as a little kid? All right. So this is what here they're calling it. Alzheimer's basically is Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, because that's intended to destroy the line of God's people. They're trying to destroy us because they knew of this prophecy that one day we would wake up, and they don't want that to happen, because they know when we do, they'll be in terror, because we will destroy them. We will hold them accountable for their sins and their crimes against humanity. All right, so here I'm going to just play a little clip of what he's saying, and he calls it Jacob. Check it out.
Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Human Health and Services, there's a program called the National Hormone Pituitary Project, NHPP, and that program has records of everyone who received these hormones. Some of them were growth hormones, some of them were hormones to help women who had difficulty becoming pregnant. That was more common in Australia.
Okay.
And for prion disease, everyone who was on the list was made aware of that.
Okay.
And for example, I had a patient about 20 years ago who showed up in our emergency room he was 33 years old. He said he was having some odd symptoms, and he was examined. We didn't find anything. He was discharged home. My colleagues contacted me because they knew I was interested in these disorders. And the patient came back a few weeks later with new symptoms. He clearly had Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease.
Jakob, did you hear that? Jakob. As soon as I heard that, my ears perked up. I'm like, what? Jakob. It's Jacob. Okay. So look at this. It says that those who were given it's only 2,000. These short children were given this growth hormone, only 2,000. That does not explain Alzheimer's. They're trying to cover their tracks. They're trying to say this, we tried to help them, but then it caused these, we couldn't expect that this would cause this. That's not it. It's not from this growth hormone. We are getting this from all the toxins that they're putting in the water and the air and the food, all these toxins that are in the cleaning products, all of this. So definitely go over to freedomforce.live. Go to the links right here. Go to right here, Boycott the Beast. You can get products that are not toxic. Please, all your hair care products, your facial products, your skin products, your cleaning products, get them from this group, Boycott the Beast, because you will not have any more toxins in your house. Number 2, on this health links, these are all ways that you can detox this. Once you get this in your system, you can use this one right here. This detox right here is very powerful. But go very, very carefully because you can't use much. You'll get a tummy ache if because it's really very, very powerful. This one I use every day. This is the Pure Body Extra right here. Right here, I use it every day to get the heavy metals and the 2021 effects out, because this is what they've done to us. They have it coming in every direction. I also have, you can watch videos on here, but I just shared about the zero water filter. You've got to cleanse your water because it's all in the water, and it gets into your brain, into the nerves, and it hardens them up so that your brain's nerves cannot connect properly. My time is out, but I want to pray with real quick. Thank you so much, Lord, that you are helping us to connect these dots. You're helping us to be free from these people, not only to share this information, but to know how to protect ourselves and to be healthy and to live to see this beautiful 1,000 years of peace on earth. Thank you, Lord, for helping our minds to think, and that no more will they be able to continue to poison us and to harm our bodies. Protect our health. I pray for every person on in the Freedom Force Battalion, those who are listening, that they will have health and peace and wealth and know exactly the plan that you have for them to in this role, in this day, to take down this beast. And we thank you for all those in leadership like President Trump. We thank for Brighteon, for all these who are working so hard to get the truth out. Bless them and bring down these enemies of ours in Jesus' name. Amen. I love you guys. I will see you next Wednesday, 10 a.m. Central on Brighteon.tv.
All right, that was Melissa Red Pill. Yeah, moving right along here. Kind of letting her commercial at the end play out. I'm just not playing the music. Because I'm not going to get taken down for a song. Oh, yeah, you can complain all you want. I'm not playing the music. Go outside, all of you. Go complain out there. Thank you. There you go. See? That was easy. Okay. Up next. What do we have next? Oh, we got SGT up next. Doing an interview with Foster Colson. All right, here we go.
How about now not even willing to protect your borders? Or how about willing to send billions and billions of dollars overseas to wars that don't necessarily exist? I mean, it's wild what's going on right now. Everybody else looks at the United States. I mean, don't even get me started on Canada. And they're just laughing.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Sean from SGT Report here. That was Foster Colson, the CEO and founder of the Wellness Company, the co-founder of Zelenko Labs and Vigilant News Network. And let me tell you guys, we have the keys to health and well-being, regardless of what pandemic they throw at us next. You're going to benefit from this information if you choose to do so. Thanks so much for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. Guys, how do you feel after you eat a big meal? You know, digestive issues are caused by a potential toxin that's in all of the, quote, healthy foods that scientists have been telling us to eat with that fraudulent food pyramid. And this toxin causes digestive issues, according to Dr. Gundry, a world-renowned cardiologist. It's affecting millions of people nationwide. Warning signs include weight gain and fatigue, digestive discomfort, and stiff joints, even skin problems. Dr. Gundry explains these side effects are often mistaken for normal signs of aging because digestive issues develop usually over a matter of years. The damage is probably being caused by health foods, and it's far from normal. The good news is you can easily help fix the problem from your own home. It's simple. You just have to know which foods are actually healthy and which contain this hidden potential toxin. So find out for yourself at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. That's gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. Because after years of research, Dr. Gundry has decided to release an informative video to the public for free and uninterrupted, showcasing exactly which foods you must avoid. So click below and find that video. It's gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGTreport.com. Guys, I'm very gratified to have back on the line a friend of the show. It's Foster Colson. He's the CEO and founder of the Wellness Company, Zelenko Labs, and Vigilant News Network. And today we're going to start right off the bat with a clip from Vigilant News. But how you been? Foster, welcome back.
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me back on. I really appreciate it.
Well, I really appreciate you coming on, the CEO of a company that actually cares about providing healthcare to people, the Wellness Company. And we're going to give people an opportunity to get what they need in the event of the next pandemic. And we're going to talk about Disease X. But honestly, you guys are hitting your stride over at Vigilant News because the world has gone absolutely crazy. And I wanted to play this soundbite first. We're going to go into the deep end right away here. Tucker Carlson warning about the true motives behind the globalist agenda. And that is a eugenicist, eugenics, genocidal, democidal agenda. It's time to get the truth out. Listen to this.
What spirit animates them? Well, if you believe people are the problem, then that is, of course, a genocidal spirit. If I believe that the problem with my kitchen is it has too many mice, the solution is to kill the mice. Too many roaches, I kill the roaches. They're the problem. They're the impediment. And so make no mistake, and this sort of tracks with what I was saying earlier, don't lie to yourself about the agenda. If people are the problem and you're a person, then your life is in the way of whatever goals they're seeking to achieve. By definition, am I missing something? No, I'm not. But all of us, it's so grotesque because, to further elaborate in one sentence, it's a demonic spirit, just to be clear. Any spirit that seeks to hurt, kill, divide, demoralize other people is a demonic spirit by definition. So that's what animates it. You're the target, and don't lie to yourself.
All right, I'll pause it there. Boy, you know, Tucker's right, man. These people are Satanists and eugenicists, and they're unrelenting. They're not going to stop, are they?
No, they're not. I mean, but look at big tech and look at their mentality, right? You have the Google guys that believe that the evolution of AI to potentially destroy humanity or human beings is just the natural evolution of the way things then should be and go. So these people have so much power, and they're not necessarily focused on protecting humanity or the human race. They're more focused on, throwing their hands up in the air. Whatever it is, I guess it's meant to be. Well, that's not a good way to approach things. Not in the world that we live in today. We need to fight for humanity. We need to fight for the right to live and be here on this planet. I'm not going to put my hands up, or I'm not going to have my companies sit by while these people try and take our livelihoods away, our freedom away. And I think that brings us back to 2020. They are attacking our freedom. They're attacking our right to live on this planet, to try and control us. And I think that more people are awake than ever to try and attack back and fight back for our freedoms and our rights and our ability to have sovereignty over our bodies, right? Imagine that. That's like an actual fight in this day and age, that I should be able to choose what goes in my body.
Yeah, well, and they're coming hard after Amos Miller, the Amish farmer in Pennsylvania. And Robert Barnes, the attorney, is defending Amos Miller. And he says it is the most important case in American history about food freedom, because what these people are trying to do is not only shut down Amos Miller so he can't sell his products anymore. And by the way, right now, he can't sell any of his products. He has to destroy all of his milk. And the regulators in the state of Pennsylvania are coming after all the Amish because they stand for corporate farming, not healthy, organic, local farming like the Amish participate in. And it's completely disgusting, man. These regulators, especially the federal ones, they're absolutely off the hook criminal, but so are the local ones, the state ones. Case in point, Pennsylvania. You're right. They want to control what we put in our bodies, including what food we eat.
They do. And I believe they want to keep us in a perpetual state of sickness. Do you know why? Because the sicker we are, the more they can profit off us. Because that's Big Pharma's business model, right? Big Pharma's business model is profiting off of your sickness. So they keep you in a perpetual state of sickness your entire life so they can do that. And what's one of the big ways they're doing that? Through food, through things you ingest. That's why everything's going GMO. That's why they're trying to remove labeling. That's why they're making fake cheeses that you can put in your body. It's all chemicals. And they're making the population sicker and sicker. And I think it's a tremendous issue we have on multiple fronts that we're fighting here.
100%. And here's what we're going to do next. We're going to talk about the SCOTUS border decision, which is an abdication of their constitutional responsibility. And according to Robert Barnes, the attorney, I'm going to play a clip about this. He's calling this a constitutional crisis, the likes of which we have not seen since the Civil War. And that decision, that abdication of their responsibility, these turncoats, John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, saying Texas does not have the authority to protect itself and defend itself against an invasion, could lead to another civil war, according to attorney Robert Barnes. And I want your thoughts on this.
People are not recognizing, the Supreme Court already determined more than a decade ago to screw the states on immigration. Arizona was trying to deal with this, and the Supreme Court said, nah, you're not allowed to. And so now there's parts of that decision that make sense, but not the degree to it. But it wasn't a surprise to me which judge wussed out this time.
Let me see. Was it Amy Coney or was it?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. I mean, Roberts is always usually on the wrong side. But yeah, Amy Coney Barrett was the deciding judge to say Texas can't even secure can't even take basic actions to secure its border. Now, didn't affirmatively rule that, just denied Texas the relief and allowed the Biden administration to go forward.
Cut down
with undoing what Texas is trying. It's another example too of the Supreme Court is out of touch, because when you have a guy like Abbott, who's kind of a moderate, if you really dig into his history in terms of personality, political course of action, like he's not going to take the most aggressive action hardly ever. If he's desperate, that means there's a severe problem. When Elon Musk and Robert Kennedy come out immediately in favor of Governor Abbott in Texas, that should be, the Supreme Court should be, oh, hold on a second. We're literally risking, and remember, the U.S. Supreme Court is why we had a civil war. We likely never would have had a civil war, but for the incompetency and political disconnectedness of the Supreme Court of the United States.
In the Dred Scott decision, it's really a must-hear interview, but people are rightly outraged. And now there's talk of the convoy going down to Texas to help defend the border. People are fed up with the tyranny and the treason, Foster. So your thoughts on any of that? Because it's absolutely horrific and really beyond the pale.
Yeah, I've learned a little bit about it as I've got to know Carrie Lake more and more, and she's just such an amazing person. I totally support what she's doing. And, her fight, even with Arizona on the border crisis and the amount of fentanyl coming through the border and how that's the number one killer of young Americans. And here you have an administration that's saying, we don't want to protect our borders from people coming in, illegal aliens coming in. And you have a state like Texas who's fighting to try and maintain, again, America's independence, essentially. It's almost mind-blowing. You almost can't comprehend how the federal government is not willing to protect its borders. And they want to just open them all the way up so they can have all these illegal immigrants coming in who probably all will be able to vote. And I wonder who they're going to vote for when they all come in. I am proud of what Texas is doing. I'm proud they're standing up to protect their citizens, to protect the country. I think that's their responsibility.
Well, it's 100% their responsibility, and only a tyrannical, out of control, out of touch government, or in this case, SCOTUS, could possibly even dream that in any reality whatsoever, especially among a free people, that the government can dictate whether or not you can defend yourself. If you're being attacked, you can defend yourself. This is just natural law. These people have lost their minds, and now Barnes is worried that the judiciary is losing all credibility. Any semblance of credibility they had in our former healthy republic, which is now a banana republic, these people are just destroying all of their credibility, Foster. And it really is a crisis of epic proportion, man.
It is. The U.S. at one point was the superpower in the world. And I think that there are tremendous risks right now, that there are a lot of other countries that are rising to power. And you look at what the United States is fighting about, whether it can control its borders or not. Stopping a wall from being built to help protect Americans. These are crazy things. There's so much that's happened since 2020. I never thought that I would have seen ever. One of them being, never mind trying to force these things into your body that are safe and effective, right, without any data or science behind them, and shaming people who don't. How about now not even willing to protect your borders? Or how about willing to send billions and billions of dollars overseas to wars that don't necessarily exist? I mean, it's wild what's going on right now. Everybody else looks at the United States. I mean, don't even get me started on Canada, and they're just laughing.
Here's the other thing too, and you mentioned it. They want to control what we put in our bodies, and they're unrelenting. And Pfizer continues to push this bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. And I want your thoughts on this, because Aaron Rodgers rightly called Travis Kelce Pfizer's boy. And now we're finding out that Travis Kelce was paid, get this, Foster, $20 million to sell his soul and promote the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. And they continue to push this thing, telling people to go out and get their flu shot annually. And when you get your flu shot, you can get a twofer. Also get the Pfizer bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. And it's not just Travis Kelce who sold his soul to Pfizer. You got Martha Stewart, and you got that goofy musician, John Legend. They all appear now at the end of a spot with their little blue Band-Aids on their shoulders, and they've all sold out to Pfizer, a company responsible for the most deadly medicinal product in human history. At this point, that is beyond dispute. It is the most dangerous, most deadly thing ever produced by Big Pharma, Foster, and these celebrities continue to push it for blood money.
Well, I mean, he's making more working for Pfizer than he does in the NFL.
That's right. $14 million is what his paycheck was for this last season. Pfizer paid him $20 million to look the fool in those bioweapon vaccine commercials.
Yeah, you got to wonder what that's going to do to somebody's soul, being on the wrong side of history like that, and essentially selling your soul and influencing millions of people into something that doesn't have any data that people are claiming is safe and effective, that we all know, I think, how that story's played out. So, I often wonder that. I wonder when these people come out eventually as they get older. I mean, depending how long they make it, if they actually got the vaccine or not, let's be honest. I wonder how that's going to sit, because, what's happened, and these people that have been bought and paid for, eventually things are going to change and things are going to shift. And if you were influenced by one of these people to get something that's had tremendous health repercussions and has put you in a state of sickness, I think there's going to be a lot of outrage coming from that.
Yeah, you'd think. And here's the thing that's really puzzling. I guess people can be bought, and in the case of Kelce, it was 20 million. But either the guy is extremely stupid or he's a willing pawn, because what that $20 million is buying him is blood on his hands, because he is directly promoting something that will maim and kill other people because he promoted it. Yeah. And by the way, of course, they've got him hooked up with Taylor.
His girlfriend, who, let's be honest, is also bought and paid for. I mean, come on, they kind of go together, right? They're like a package with a present and a bow.
That's right. Taylor Swift. And, now her big deal is to be political. And she's all in on Team Puppet Biden. So she's going to get all her Swifties to go out and vote for the war criminal. By the way, all this guy does is start new wars. Were you excited about going to war with Yemen, Foster?
Yeah, but she was bought too, because look who owns her music.
Soros, right?
Yeah, he owns her whole catalog. So, again, right? She's already been bought and paid for. Who does Soros want to stay in the administration, right? I mean, it all kind of goes together in a puzzle. It's not hard to see how all the pieces fit together.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. I said that early on, that this Taylor Swift, Kelsey thing was a psyop to not only get more eyeballs, female eyeballs watching NFL football games, but also to promote that bioweapon. You know, here's the thing. She doesn't get a pass on this either, because it's her boyfriend, arranged or not, fake or not, I'm not sure. Probably, I think it's publicity mostly. But she's responsible for the deaths too, because just by shining the light on him, those spots have more credibility with these young people who might run out and get it. And you know, at the very least, if it's not going to maim or kill you, the operational agenda behind this thing is to make people infertile, especially women.
It is. And, you know, so my big thing, right, being an entrepreneur, you know, I knew that the way I can contribute is how do I try and create companies with other amazing medical individuals to try and help support people who have gotten swayed, bullied, forced into getting these vaccines, because there's a tremendous amount of regret out there. And there's a lot of people that are looking for solutions and how they can help themselves. And I think we all have people that are close to us that have been significantly affected by taking the vaccine. And so for me now, you know, I'm really focusing on building those entities, building those companies. And that's how I got into starting the wellness company, right? That's how I got, you know, I really gravitated towards Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Jim Thorpe and Dr. Reish and Dr. Drew Pinsky, who's now joined our team, and what they stand for and what they've fought for. And right, they've risked everything for what was right and to help people. And so to be able to work with them to build this company in the wellness company that can actually fight for our health sovereignty, that's actually going to try and rebuild the credibility with the doctor-patient relationship. So if you're sick or you're having adverse reactions, we're going to properly try and treat you with proper protocols that our doctors are actually, they can actually critically think about what's going on to help best diagnose you, right? Those things are important, right? Identifying the problem in these frauds that get paid to spread lies and hate and this narrative that they want to control you and bully you, right? For me, I'm fighting that with solutions that are actually going to try and help people. And that to me is how I'm trying to contribute with my companies.
Yeah. And that's what I wanted to drive home here too, is that this is a real world solution, and it reflects what we learned from the last pandemic. They wanted to lock us down, and they did, and people bought it and people put up with it. And we watched our liberties erode when Thomas Jefferson said, look, the only reason we resort to government at all is to protect our liberties. And this government was doing the exact opposite. It continues to do the exact opposite. But out of those ashes, you built a company where doctors actually care about the people. So in the event of the next pandemic, instead of going to the hospital and having your loved one put on remdesivir, let me just show people here. Because you mentioned Drew Pinsky. I didn't know he joined the board. That's fantastic. James Thorpe, I've talked to him several times. He got fired for telling his pregnant patients the truth about the risks of the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. Peter McCullough, haven't spoke with him yet, but I'd love to. But the point is that out of the ashes of the COVID pandemic lie came the wellness company, which is dedicated to actually helping people. What a novel idea, Foster. Oh, and by the way, in the event of another pandemic, guys, it's time to prepare now. So we will talk about the medical emergency kits, which are in stock and have the things that you will need and you will not be able to get quickly in the event of the next pandemic. So before we do that, though, I want to share this with Foster and the audience. And Foster, I want your thoughts on this. Disease X, the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, Tedros, Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, eugenicists who are so power hungry and crazed for power that now they're threatening to, I think, release another pandemic on the world. Listen to this, and then I want your thoughts on Disease X.
And I'm sure by now everyone's had a chance to listen to all the sound bites from these guys up here as they share their viewpoints on what they're working towards for the future they're creating for humanity. And of course, as you can see above my head here, of what might become of this Disease X everyone's talking about. Disease X ranks among the highest potential threats for 2024 in the USA. And according to the recent World Economic Forum conference, world leaders share a growing concern for a new disease that may prove to be 20 times more deadlier than the C-19. It's unfortunate, but the World Economic Forum has added Disease X to their 2024 list as part of a panel discussion on how to best deal with global pandemics in the future. And so clearly we can see where they're allocating both private and public funds in preparation for what ultimately they're going to release. And if that isn't enough, just yesterday, an article that plays into the whole pandemic scare. It says Arctic zombie virus in Siberia could spark terrifying new pandemic, scientists warn. The threat of outbreak from microbes trapped in permafrost for millennia activity. Come on now. They go on to say humanity is facing a bizarre new pandemic threat. Scientists have warned ancient viruses frozen in the Arctic permafrost could one day be released. One day.
You know, the next time there is something vicious tearing up the world and killing people, people might be able to figure out and deduce that 5G is playing a part of that. But these bioweapons labs around the world are working hard on gain of function, where they take something that can hurt human beings and they want to make it functionally more harmful to human beings. Tony Fauci, these people should be locked up and put in prison for the rest of their lives. We can't fall for this crap again, Foster.
Yeah, Disease X. I mean, it's a joke as far as I'm concerned. You're saying there's going to be a disease. We're not sure what it is, but there's going to be a disease. But we're already working on vaccines for it. But we're not sure what it is. But I promise you we're going to have vaccines for it. That's the narrative right now. These people, you know, like these fucking people, like the control that they're trying to create and the fear. And the thing that I hate people that try and rule through fear. You know, there's just something about it. It just really like, you know, creates that fire within. And they're trying to bully a population. And like, enough is enough. Like, we'll fight their fear. And we are fighting their fear with solutions. The reason why I started Vigilant News Network is because I know when they push their fear narrative, I'm going to be there with Vigilant News on all of my shows that I have on the network and the millions and millions of people that we reach every month. And I'm going to fight their fear because that's what they want to do. And that's how they're trying to control you. And we're doing it through products at the wellness company, right? I was standing beside Zev in 2021 when I saw hydroxychloroquine get taken off the shelves and stripped and then nobody could get it. And they put their national stockpile, they put a lock on it and said no more. And the pharmacists wouldn't stand up and the doctors wouldn't stand up and you couldn't get it. I've seen how they've taken these life-saving drugs off the shelf. And that was one of the reasons why at the wellness company, we came out with our preparation kit so that you can actually get these drugs and you should have them in your house because who knows what it is? They think they know what it is that they're creating vaccines for. Nobody knows what it is. But I know what we should do to help fight their fear narrative is having life-saving medications at your home, having doctors you can talk to, having real honest media companies that are going to tell the truth and fight their fear. You know, these people, and the amount of just sadness they create in the world by trying to rule with fear. You know, that's also why I started Unjected, which is an unvaccinated dating site, because where they tried to separate us and they tried to have so nobody could find each other and nobody could connect with each other, nobody could interact with each other. It was really important for that type of community to be built so that if you are looking for love and you have the same choices where you decided not to get the vaccine, you can meet one another that have the same types of just culture and values that you do, trying to find people and help them connect, right? That's important. That's what this parallel system is. It's not about trying to control. It's trying to give you options to live again, to not live in fear, to not be controlled or bullied or told what you can put in your body or have pronouns that have to be in front of your name before you can do certain things.
What an interesting idea, Unjected. I'm glad you brought that up. Now, I'm married, but for those who are single out there,
I am too.
It's
by the way.
Well, it's an idea whose time has come because if you use Unjected to meet folks to go out and date and potentially find a spouse or a partner, it filters out the nonsense. It filters out the crazy people because at this point, the only people who are injected, got injected, or want to get more injections are crazy people, Foster. I mean, I'm sorry, I hate to say it. I think the whole thing is an IQ test at this point. You know, beyond that, the masks. Anybody who still wants to mask up at this point in human history, sorry, you failed the IQ test.
Yeah, and you know, my whole point behind Unjected is, right, to be honest, I don't give a shit what you put in your body. I don't care what you do to your body. If you're a grown-ass adult, do whatever you want. But I do know that there's a tremendous amount of people that are like-minded, that actually care what goes in their body, and they care what they eat, and they care about what other people's values are that they're interacting with. And that's what Unjected is. It's a place for those people to go and meet and find each other and thrive. Because, like you, I've been married for maybe 16 years. And I can't imagine what it would be like to try and date in this world, right? The rock that my wife was through COVID, I can't imagine people that tried to navigate that by themselves that couldn't have that interaction.
Yeah, or if you're
Right.
at odds with your spouse. Can you imagine if you had kids and the wife wants to vaccinate your kids with the COVID bioweapon, but the husband doesn't? And some people got divorced over this stuff, man.
They did. In fact, the founder of Unjected has a similar story to that. So I think, there's lots of people that we know around us. And again, I'm going to surround myself with fighters, right? My company's building this parallel system. We're all like-minded. And our culture is, we have a culture of working hard and fighting. And we're going to work 20 hours a day and we're going to work 7 days a week. You know why? Because these fake entrepreneurs out there, or people that want to say and gloat about what they're building, they're all going to fail if they don't have that instinct, right? We are trying to build something that actually has been there for decades or centuries, and we're trying to upend that and build something new. It takes 100% of dedication to do that. And as a culture, that's what we're fighting for. That's what all of my companies are fighting for, whether it's health and wellness, whether it's Vigilant News Network, whether it's Unjected, right? We need people that are going to fight for humanity. And it's time we all fight. And those people that are going to try and tear us down, who say they're on the same side or claim they're on the same side as us, you should be questioning those people right now, because those people are running psyops. Those are the people you need to be worried about, the ones that have infiltrated, that are then planting seeds of doubt and hate because of their jealousy and their envy and the control that someone has over them. Those are the people you need to watch for.
Couldn't agree more. And we see those people all over the mainstream Mockingbird news media, right? We see those people like, what's her name? Joy Reid. I mean, really crazy, nutty people on The View, on MSNBC, on CNN. And all they do is gaslight people about the next pandemic, about the borders being safe and secure, about the election being the most safe, secure election in American history. It's just gaslighting, gaslighting, gaslighting all day long. What do you think we learned from the last pandemic? And it's sort of an obvious answer, except for you have firsthand experience with the people who were targeted by the system, the doctors that were targeted, and they were forced to wake up. A lot of these people would not have been talking about a new world order or spiritual warfare just 5-10 years ago, man. I had a hard time getting doctors on to tell the truth about this system. But what happened in 2020 forced a lot of these people like Dr. James Thorpe, Drew Pinsky, Peter McCullough, forced them to wake up. And that's sort of a gift. I think it's an actual gift to humanity that happened in some ways, Foster.
And then there's the ones that woke up and have tried to infiltrate this movement and have tried to, pretend like they're a part of this and pretend like they're speaking out, because all they are is after fame and fortune, and they want to build a name for themselves. And I think it's a serious problem that we have right now. I think you have a really amazing group of doctors and just individuals that stood up when it was the right thing to do, and they lost a tremendous amount for it. And then I think you have the fame whores. And I think you have the doctors and the people that, pretend to do things or pretend to invent things that are just trying to do it for fame and fortune. And actually, when you look at their actions, they're the ones that are running the biggest psyops. They're the ones that are trying to turn everybody against the real people that are fighting for our freedom and our sovereignty. And so that's what I encourage everybody to look for and everybody to watch for, because it's happening. It happens every single day, and it's horrendous in my mind.
Yeah. I want to show the website, and then I want to ask you a couple of things. Just an observation first. I mentioned the organic Amish farmer, Amos Miller, who's being targeted by the regulators in the state of Pennsylvania. And Robert Barnes is on the record now in that same interview. I played a clip from, guys, saying that it is the most corrupt agency he has ever worked with, ever in the history of him being an attorney. These people are so duplicitous, and what they're doing to Amos Miller is so beyond the pale that he's never seen anything like it. And what it reminds me of, Foster, is the talk from the FDA, because this is a decades-long thing, right? UN Agenda 2030, Codex Alimentarius. They want to do away with our ability to even have access to vitamins. That is how criminal these people are. And here you guys specialize in trying to help people keep healthy hearts when we're under attack by the bioweapon, myocarditis, pericarditis, off the charts. And here you are trying to help people. And I think you guys might be next on the list. You know, have you had any inkling that the
We get attacked all the
FDA or
time,
the
huh?
feds are coming after you guys too for trying to actually help people because you're not going to prescribe remdesivir?
I mean, there's a lot of these fake doctors that have made claims that we're not compliant. A lot of it's just because they're just jealous and envious because of what we're doing. We are legal and compliant. You know, in fact, we spend a tremendous amount of money on our compliance because I know that we are under scrutiny as a company and they do watch what we're doing. And we have eyes on us all the time. So we have to be the most compliant company operating under their rules and regulations. Now, you know, do we have natural products? Yes. Are we selling pharmaceuticals? Yes. Are we 1,000% compliant and we have third-party compliance, FDA, FTC lawyers that we're working with all the time to maintain that? 150%, because we have to be careful. We can't bend the rules. We cannot bend their rules. People that think they're going to be able to do business outside of the law are the people that are going to go bankrupt and get sued. We have to be extremely careful, and we are, and that's why we maintain this compliancy with our products and with what we offer. And, you know, I think when it comes to natural products, the one thing people don't fully understand is there's a tremendous amount of substandard products out there in the natural product world. And you can usually tell because they're usually pretty inexpensive. And you need to be careful. They're sprayed with things like pesticides and chemicals. And they're then put into a supplement form. And then people are ingesting them, thinking that it's actually helping them. But in reality, it's making it worse. And so I think that, you know, again, that's where we spend a ton of time in our sourcing, in our manufacturing, making sure we go back to where it's grown, how it's grown, that traceability. Those things are critically important, and a lot of people don't talk about that. And it went back to, I learned all about that when I was starting Zelenko Labs with Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, and he always took the approach of we have to be the most highest quality, we have to be the best product, and it does not matter what our raw ingredients cost. We will never sacrifice quality for cost. And I completely agree wholeheartedly. And that's what we do as a company, whether it's with Zelenko Labs or the Wellness Company or any of my other wellness brands. It's critically important that we always maintain that level of quality and that traceability so that we don't have any of these issues.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, I know the products are beyond reproach. I was just making the case that in upside down world, the regulators are in the business of regulating the little guy out of business, right? They are trying to destroy the competition, you know, exactly what they're doing to Amos Miller and organic farming. They want us all on their plantation of corporate farming. And so Spike Support, Healthy Heart, all great products. But I wanted to ask you today about the medical emergency kits. I just ordered one of these myself, guys, and I'm going to have these materials on hand because, again, you know what happens in the event of another pandemic? People get really sketchy and scared when a loved one gets a terrible fever and you're throwing up, 104 degrees, you run them to the hospital. We can't do a rinse and repeat of what happened in 2020. So tell us about these medical emergency kits, please, will you?
Yeah, and if you click on that one, the medical emergency kit right there, you can see some of the drugs that are in it. And so I do really believe, and you can scroll down here, there we go. I do really believe that having these drugs on hand, because we saw they took them away once already. If we expect that something different is going to happen this next round of fear control in the next pandemic, think again. They're going to do the exact same thing. So our big push right now at the wellness company is be prepared. There's no reason why you shouldn't have, these antibiotics and these, drugs like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine on your shelf. It's just critical. And I think that's what these prep kits are doing. And you don't need to be fearful. You don't need to live in fear, because we have products and solutions and doctors that can help you understand how to use them on top of our booklets that we have that's actually within the kit. And I think it's just something that every American should have on hand right now. And we sell a tremendous amount of them. We have new versions coming out. We have travel versions coming out. And so I think in today's world, post 2020, having life-saving drugs on the shelf of your home is absolutely critical to having the peace of mind that you don't have to worry. You don't have to be fearful. Another pandemic comes along, don't worry. We as a company, as the wellness company, will be there. We will fight their fear with solutions. We will have products. We will provide services and treatments that are going to mitigate the effects of whatever they're trying to push us to control us. That's because that's their goal. They've shown it.
You know, time and time again. And that's why it would just shock me if the world falls for this again, that, you know, the same lies would be believed from the same exact liars that lied to us last time, including the mainstream media, Bill Gates, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, the United Nations. People are waking up in droves. I keep saying it because I feel it to be true. It's the Great Reset versus the Great Awakening. And the Great Awakening, look, like I said, you know, as we're rounding out the conversation, it's like I said, you know, it was difficult to find doctors who would talk about these things openly just 5 years ago. And now you have a whole staff of them who have picked their side, and they picked the side of Team Humanity, which it makes me very happy. Makes me very happy.
And how are wars fought today? Wars aren't necessarily fought, real wars are not fought with bullets. They're not fought with missiles and planes and tanks. They're fought through biowarfare. They're going to be fought with disease. That's how they're going to create them, right? It'll be disease, it'll be pandemics, it'll be bio threats. So if you look at what the wellness company is, I truly believe that not only are we a health and wellness company, I legitimately believe we're also a defense company in a lot of ways, because we are going to be on the cutting edge, unapologetically, fighting their fear in these bioterrorism, bio threats, right? Fake pandemics or plandemics. We're going to fight all of it. And we have a team of doctors who are warriors. And we have a great arsenal of products that can help you. So whether it sounds naive or not everybody agrees, that's fine. But when the next one comes, you're going to be looking at companies like this that are going to fight that, because there's not a company today that has the infrastructure that we've been able to create. We reinvest every penny back into this company to build it bigger and stronger, to continue to try and provide better solutions and stay ahead of the fear they're going to create, because who else is going to do it? Right? When we have a finite amount of time, I do believe, before the next one happens. So the intensity to build faster, build more aggressively, it has to happen. We're doing it because if it doesn't, there's not anybody else. And so the support from our customers are just absolutely critical. And we're so thankful to have hundreds of thousands of people that are supporting us as a company build this infrastructure needed to defend humanity against this next attack that's coming. I get it sounds a little bit crazy, but I feel like this is the type of discussion that now takes place post 2020 with what they did. It has to. We have to evolve. We have to accept it. And we have to build and be ready to fight for it, for our freedoms, our health sovereignty, our health freedoms, freedom over being able to make a choice over our body and not being forced into it because they want us to do something. We're going to fight every second of every day for that. And we are.
Yeah, we are. And I wanted to ask you one last question about membership here. If people want to get this emergency medical kit, they can save $50 by becoming a member. It's $2.99 for non-members. By the way, you see this little unlock 10% off, guys. I think you can either click that to save 10% or use promo code SGT. Either way, you're going to save at least 10%. But talk about an idea whose time has come. So in the event of another illness that's sort of sweeping the nation, that's what we'll be told. We're going to have to really suss out what's true about it. But in the event that something like that happens and a loved one in your family does fall ill, the previous choice was to take them or get them to a hospital emergency room. You might have to sit there for an hour or 4 hours. God knows how busy those things can get. And then you're going to get a Western medicine Rockefeller doctor who is going to want to put in whatever protocols he's told to put into place. Now, in the case of the wellness company, in that same scenario, telehealth will get you one of these great doctors who we've mentioned, right, face to face, to talk about what the person is feeling, to talk about the symptoms. And if you have an emergency medical kit on hand, then you may have exactly what you need without going to the hospital. Do I have that about right?
Yeah, we can't rebuild the entire system overnight. I mean, that would be naive to think that we can. But I think what we can do is use technology that we have today and use products that are available that are known to save lives, and try and put the two and two together to provide a really good infrastructure that can help people. So just like you said, I think it's the scariest time to go into a hospital and be sick today, because you have these doctors that are owned by big pharma, listening to the government, not doing any critical thinking as to what they're being told, following whatever protocol they're being told. And I think that's tremendously scary. And so I think right now we are going to go into building physical clinics in the near future. It is important to me building a bridge between physical and virtual care. And so the wellness company is looking now at branching out into physical clinics. But I think the best thing that you can do right now to be prepared are have these life-saving drugs at home. You can talk to a doctor when you need to, and hopefully that can help support what you're going through if you need to use them.
Okay. And just remind us what it means to be a member versus somebody who just accesses the website to buy the products.
You can do either or. I mean, everybody has access to our products and services without being a member. For me, being a member, not only do you get discounts across our products and services, but you're also helping build a foundation that is fighting for your freedom and your health sovereignty. And it does help us continue to reinvest back into the business and make us stronger as a company. We couldn't do it without our members. And so it means a lot. It really helps us. And I think that's what membership stands for.
But it also provides for one-on-one consults with the doctors, right? Via Zoom or via some sort of
You can do that whether you're a member or not. It's more cost effective for you as a customer or patient if you are a member. It was really important that we still gave access to everybody to be able to utilize our services and our products without being a member. But being a member gives you, again, discounts, and it's helping us try to build something that can make this difference for hopefully millions of people's lives.
Very good. All right. We'll show the website here one more time. The emergency medical kits, guys, are available, and I'll show you how this works. If you just click the link below, it'll take you to the wellness company, and then right up here, medical kits, the click down menu, all medical kits. You can pick whatever one you think is best for you. And just get the materials and the medicines on hand now so you're not scrambling in the next pandemic. Boy, I'm glad that we've had a mild winter. I don't know how it's gone for you, but it has been so mild here that maybe that's actually contributed to people's health. Cross our fingers. We'll hope for the best, Foster. That's all we can do is work every day, fight, and hope for the very best for humanity, huh?
Yeah, so we do every single day. And so it means a lot coming on shows like yours, being able to talk about what we're doing and how we're trying to help people. And we couldn't do it without you. And I do encourage people, if they are going to purchase our products, to use your code, because that can also help support you. And I think that's the only way we build a parallel system, right? It can't be one company thrives and everybody else suffers. It has to be everybody thrives together, everybody supporting each other. And I do think that that's really critical. And as more people understand that, supporting companies that, again, are like-minded, that are fighting for the same things you are. And those companies have a responsibility to support independent media as well, so that they can also survive and thrive during these times.
Yeah. Yeah. And the last thing I'll say is just observational comedy in a upside down world. So Anderson Cooper gets $12 million a year to gaslight the American people. Plus he got Pfizer money on top of that. Travis Kelce got $20 million to gaslight the American people on top of his $14 million NFL salary. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in upside down world, I assure you. But people like Foster Colson, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. James Thorpe, and I guess Dr. Drew Pinsky are helping us take it back, and thank God for that. Foster, I want to thank you for your time today. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Guys, I will leave the links below. And by the way, I still get Z-Stack every single month. I'm on a subscription, and I take one Z-Stack every single day. I think it helps keep the white coat killers away, friends. All right, the link to the Wellness Company is below. Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll remind you every single day for free. Check us out for free for the antidote to corporate propaganda at sgtreport.com. God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right, that was SGT with Foster Colson. And yeah, it's 5.5 hours. Okay, so gonna break some news to you guys real quick. I just got off the phone with the vet. Pearl did not take to the rehydration and passed about an hour ago. So she is with Father, and I'm okay with that. She got to have a very lengthy goodbye, I guess, and I'm okay. There'll be more pups, so. But just to let everybody know, she went. So with that, I'm going to I'm gonna get some things done around here before the light's gone, and I got, as I said before, I've got to conserve on fuel. I'm kind of low, so got to conserve on that, and I will see you guys again tomorrow. In the probably around 11 or 12, and we'll go from there. So yeah, so yeah, okay, all right, yeah, with that, God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you, and thank you for all your support and everything. All right, God loves you. Peace.